Hello. We have a
Good
guest.
morning, good afternoon, everybody.
Hello. I'm back for the third time in
Susie
Hey,
this.
is
welcome
back.
back,
So excited.
Susie.
I
Yeah.
just realized, Pat, you would be like a perfect Salazar in Castle Super Beast.
Oh, that works for me.
Yeah.
Gee, I wonder
Wait.
what this week's subject matter is going to
Hey,
consist of.
Susie, what's the deal with RE4?
It's
Like, what's
very,
up with it?
it's very good. It's like the reviews weren't lying, when people were like 10 out of 10. Oh, surely. No way. It's not that perfect. And then you play it and you're like, this is like I beat it on stream. I did a stream playthrough and I was
hmm
like, this is good and bad because like if there's a game called Resident Evil after this, it has to be this good. Cause like holy shit.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
I
Okay.
was,
Are you guys coming in saying that this is the new peak of the franchise?
so I don't know. The way that I would phrase it is that I was going through RE4 and I'm going through it on my own time, for a second run, and then I'll probably do a third and a fourth and a fifth and a sixth. And my
Yeah.
only complaint that I can possibly make about this as a game, but also as a remake, is that it's not technically as great as the first one because it didn't come out in 2005. Right? When RE4 came out in 2005, it was like this game is from the fucking future.
Mm-hmm.
And now this game is not from the future, it's from now. It's just uniformly excellent in every single way.
Right. All
That's
the
a great
quality of
point.
life of the modern day. Right.
Yeah,
And also
because
all
I mean that
the
that's I
tweaking
just
of
want to
bad.
I want to add to that. Like, it's an amazing point because when RE4 came out, there was literally nothing else like it. So like, it's kind of like, oh,
Hmm.
that innovation like
Yeah.
isn't really there. But it does. I feel like this game does innovate
Well,
in
I
its own
mean,
ways,
it's a little bit of a
small ways.
sidestep from that main point, but I do wonder how much of that we have left in. Well, there's always infinite. Time can go on and things can always change. But I mean, in terms of the way games, and particularly high budget, AAA spectacles have come along, like RE4 has definitely cemented this is where the camera is going to go, whether you're
hmm
Leon or Kratos, or Marcus Phoenix, whatever. This is where we're sitting now. Um, I kind of wonder how many times we're going to see like an overhaul that becomes a industry wide change from here on out. You know?
I can't imagine there's all that many. Like when I was playing RE4 original last week in prep, somebody asked me, do I remember how crazy it was that you got to play a 360 game on your GameCube in 2005 because RE4 was just that much better looking than everything
Yeah,
else, and it was also like a new camera, new perspective, new way to shoot a gun. I think the last game that even came close to that was like, I don't know, Breath of the Wild? Like
yeah,
in terms of like, hey, this is different. Your master
Hmm.
sword's gonna break after 2 hits, but it's fine. Don't worry. You can throw a rock at some guy.
But
Just in
open,
terms of like, oh wow, you can actually do this. And even that wasn't actually new. That was like
yeah, it's
PC survival games being
refined into
Nintendoified.
yeah, yeah.
Nintendo-ization. Yeah.
And Pat, now we are. Oh, this is new, and now your Marvin knife breaks.
Yeah. You know, I was
Now your
sitting here
knife
and I was
breaks.
thinking about starting the podcast with like, you know what doesn't have fucking weapon durability? Resident Evil 4. And it's like, no wait, it does.
It does,
It
yeah. It
actually
does
totally
now.
does. But it's
So
only the
Yeah.
one thing though.
so
So it's
I
Yeah.
fine.
I hear that. So I hear that there's new stuff, and I hear that there's like overall like touches that improve the flow and the feeling of the story and such. And one of the things I've caught wind of is that like Marvin's memory is like a factor.
hmm
Yeah. So Marvin and Kendo, and pretty much like Leon just dealing with like not being able to save Raccoon City, that factors into his like personality shift in this game. But every
Yeah,
once in a
there's
while, RE2 remake Leon still comes out, like the nerd dork, like altruistic Boy
the
Scout
the,
still
the
comes
golden
out.
retriever.
Yes. Yes, and that's when you're like, holy shit, this is like, did they plan this? Because I did never saw this coming. Like it's so good.
Okay.
So on top of that, in terms of like thematically, you say like Marvin's memory or what have you, but like also like literally the knife that Marvin gives you in RE2 is
Yeah.
the knife that you're carrying with you through RE4. And I don't know how much of it you've caught, Wooly, but or how much I talked about during the demo. But after going through the full game, like knife parrying is a massive, massive part of the game.
Yeah.
Parrying thrown weapons, parrying dynamite, parrying Molotovs, parrying every single boss, parrying, having full-scale Devil May Cry style 3-round knife fights.
Where, by the way, where the guy you're fighting literally says a Virgil line.
Oh yeah,
Like,
and his arm
almost
looks
word
like,
for word.
like Sparta's
Krauser, what
sword
does he
now.
say?
He says all that matters is power, and without it, you can't protect anything.
Oh my, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
it's right. It's on the nose.
Okay. Yeah, and so
It's
I get
fantastic.
I've seen as well people kind of discussing the idea that like this cements the Leon A path, since you have to meet Marvin in order for this to make any sense, right?
That's always
much.
been the way. That's like it's always been the for me the cleanest takeaway that Leon A, Claire B was the way to go. It made more sense to me that Claire would be the one fighting Birkin more often. Or finishing off Birkin, but regardless, dude, you can parry the machine gun.
That's crazy.
I just found that out yesterday.
That's insane. What the fuck
You have
does
to
that
mash
even
it.
look like? Really?
It looks like Leon standing there just blocking bullets with his fucking knife is what it looks like.
He does, yeah, okay, all right. He does the Virgil's bit of just like spinning
Like
yeah, okay.
That's the thing about this game is like when the trailers were coming out, everyone like maybe not everyone, like I was definitely in favor of like a darker story, but like people were so worried about like, oh, the game is going to take itself too seriously. And for the most part it does in the cutscenes. But when you're in the game, like that's when Leon's dropping one-liners, that's when you're parrying. When you parry the dynamite, you cut the fuse on it.
Nice.
How fucking insane is that?
That's
Like,
ridiculous. Okay. Yeah.
It's you're suplexing still.
Yeah.
You know, like you're doing the crazy stuff.
It's a weird dichotomy because like the original, I just went through it. It's so zany and the story is so inconsistent. It's 3 completely separate video games that got stapled together, and it's just no one is taking it seriously like at any point. And with the new tone, like everyone's taking it seriously at all time unless Leon is fighting someone, at which point all the stupid shit comes out. Like he'll be asking for props from Ashley.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that was cool, huh? Oh, yeah, pretty good,
Not
huh?
bad,
Like,
right? And it's like, okay.
and then the cutscenes are played straight, like they're played like serious, like not serious drama, but they're played like serious and clean. But they gave you something different, which is we finally have. I have had a complaint about Resident Evil cutscenes and a lot of video game cutscenes for a really long time, and that is, dude, he's right there. Just shoot him.
Oh yeah.
He's right there. Just shoot him. And this game does not have that problem.
When I reviewed this game, I mentioned a few parts that I think are gonna get like memed to death, and those were the moments. Yeah.
Like
because it's finally like, holy shit, like he has a brain in his head. Like just shoot him right now.
Okay.
He's right there. He's right in front of you. Just take him out. Just you shoot him. You shoot him right in the face.
Yeah.
Okay.
But because these are Resident Evil characters, they're, made of goo.
And how have the
invincible?
How have the supporting cast like changed as well? Like overall.
Mostly for the better.
Okay.
There's
Ashley is great.
Yeah, I don't want to trash anyone.
I will.
Say that. Oh, you could handle it. Yeah.
Okay, so
ahead.
man, Ashley's great. Lewis has had his role expanded dramatically, and he has a Don Quixote kind of thing going on where he's calling you Sancho.
Okay.
And making jokes about windmills, and he's great. He's fantastic. He is also in a lot more of the game. Ada is played by okay, if you haven't seen, Wooly, you played Mortal Kombat X or 11, the one where they go to the future.
I've played them both.
Do you remember Ronda Rousey as fucking Sonya Blade?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's rolling around as Ada Wong in fucking RE4.
Oh.
Just
That's
like
what it's giving. Yeah.
just like I have the lines in front of me on the paper. I'm gonna
Pat,
read
do you know
them.
what? Do you know what almost made me pass out? Use this, huh? I almost fucking fell on the ground.
The climactic line of the final battle. Hey, use this.
Huh? Like,
So I mean, I guess like the idea was the trade-off there was that you get to put Rhonda's name on the box and go, look, we got Ronda Rousey.
In this case, it's the lady who played Ada in the Welcome to Raccoon City live-action movie.
Okay.
So I assume the thought process was, oh, there's an actor that already played Ada. We'll just get her.
Right. Okay.
They should not have done that.
Voice acting is it's acting, but it takes a lot.
And so you know how like you'll like watch a show or a movie or a game, and you're like, maybe the voice direction was bad, right? Maybe the voice director just didn't give them enough to work with.
But then everyone else is crushing it.
Is like A+.
Like, why am I crying multiple times at multiple scenes? Then like, what happened? What happened?
Damn.
It's really, really bad.
Line delivery aside, are there any like script changes with her that are like
yeah,
nice step ups? Yeah.
I would probably say, I said it in my review, but it kind of feels like, I mean, this isn't confirmed, but there are hints to it throughout the game, but it feels like they cut out a lot of Ada's like pivotal moments and are gonna save it for her
DLC
story, her Separate Ways story.
Okay.
So that it's definitely like a negative, but it kind of stands out if you played the original. Like there are a few scenes that are like from Ada that aren't in the game anymore, where you're just
but then you join the game and find out that Separate Ways is going to be coming later.
I didn't want to say that, but
well, I didn't
seems
data mine
likely. Okay. So
yeah, we didn't data mine anything. We didn't leak anything. It's fine.
I didn't leak nothing.
Okay. So pull it out to like build something more later.
Yeah, in particular, there's something really weird that happens in the game. So like we'll have a lot to say. I'm sure Susie has a lot to say about cut content and when you remake a game, what you're going to cut and what you're not going to cut or what you're going to tweak. Because this game is like kind of the perfect example of that. But the weirdest thing is there's an entire boss sequence that was just wholesale removed. Like it's completely gone.
Yeah.
But the boss still has documentation for it in the game. It's the U3 boss, the one that was that weird centaur freak that you fought in a maze in the island. Yeah, see, he doesn't remember. See how much this matters?
There you go. Like,
but you find like notes about its creation.
Yeah,
but it's not there.
U3.
Like, wow, I'm looking at it and I don't remember this. Yeah.
See.
Fuck. Okay.
I feel like Capcom probably did like internal surveys of like, do you remember this? And just like showed pictures to people. Do you know what this is? We don't need it.
Okay.
But the fact that there's still documentation for it makes me think again they're gonna put it in the expanded thing at a later date.
I think that could work way better too if you're playing as Ada, because like Wooly, because clearly you don't remember it, but like when you fought it in the original, you fight it in these like suspended cages, and you kind of have to like open the door of each cage while it's like chasing you around. It is a pretty intense fight. But I was thinking like, imagine if you're playing as Ada and you have the hook shot and you basically have to, like, hook shot between the cages, you know, to get away from
that original boss was astonishingly bad because you don't fight it in the maze, you just run past it. And then when you go to fight it in the arena, I just closed a gate on it and then shot it with 220 TMP rounds and it died and it couldn't move. It just instantly fucking died. It's a bad boss in its original form.
Oh, that's kind of like the major cut from
Yeah,
the
that's the
game.
only major cut.
Okay. I
Everything
wonder.
like there are some areas that got like so like oh god, I just went through it. So there's stuff that got cut, but it was directly replaced with things of a similar nature or
Yeah, totally.
better. So there's one that I can remember. You go in the middle of the castle after the dining room puzzle with the wine. There's a sequence in which you get trapped inside a cage and a bunch of enemies fall in with you. And right after that is a sequence where you're running around hallways trying to chase a guy in red to get his key, and then he hops on a minigun to shoot you, and you're having to run around, and it's kind of a fucking mess.
In a
Here,
medieval
what they did,
castle, by the way.
what's that?
In a medieval castle, there is
Yeah,
a minigun.
and this they split it into two parts. They split one into a cutscene in which Leon gets caught in the same trap, but he fights off that fight in a cutscene while you play as Ashley. And then the second of which is instead of running like doing a loop to loop around this tiny little room where a guy's shooting at you with a Gatling gun, instead they have the part where somebody clearly loves Attack on Titan and has you going around the castle battlements while an El Gigante is throwing like shotgun boulders at you as hard as he can.
I didn't
Okay.
even put that together, but that is exactly what it is. It's
Yeah,
like
he
literally
picks up the
Attack on
rock, he
Titan.
crushes it into shrapnel, and then tosses it
Wow.
like the Beast Titan in the second
Pat, did
season.
you know you can actually just ignore it? Like you can ignore him and then leave and the bridge doesn't break and it makes the backtrack to the locked chest that you need a
Slightly
small
easier.
key for easier.
I did
How cool
not
is
know
that?
that.
How cool is that? There are so
Um,
many like sequence breaks in this game that are
yes.
intentional. It's
So
really
far,
weird.
there's two sequence breaks that have shown up that have become like astonishing. The first of which I know the average viewer and Wooly will be able to appreciate because it's the first fight in the game, the village fight. If you pull out your gun and shoot the church bell like a kilometer away, the fight instantly ends.
Right. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, just ring the bell. That's awesome.
And there's another one where if you throw grenades behind a little column, you can blow up a dude waiting to pull a lever to like descend a platform, and so the whole sequence just doesn't turn on.
Okay. Now,
Do you want to know another one that was
Yes.
discovered like last night? Okay, I won't say exactly what it is to avoid spoilers, but there's a part where a wall has to break
Yeah.
and
Right.
a device is used to break the wall.
That's right. Yeah.
Before you activate the device, you can throw 2 heavy grenades at the wall, then activate the device, and 1 hit will break the wall.
Shut up.
And you do 1 wave of enemies and not like 10 waves of enemies. Yeah, like
Wow. Okay.
it's amazing.
did the
It's
did
actually amazing.
did remake 2 and 3 have like things like this at all? Where you change the flow of the game is different, admittedly.
So the flow
right?
of the game's totally different.
Yeah, because it's RE4, so you,
Like RE2 and 1, you're in a complex
you're in a
level
set
that you're
piece
constantly
and
looping
things
around.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All the sequence breaks in those games is like, what do I actually need?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Almost nothing. Almost.
Yeah.
I need these keys and I need this thing, so I'll just run and get them and then ignore everything and so on.
Yeah.
For his linear
RE4
nature, feels like
Yeah.
it would make a much bigger difference to have like, oh yeah, a wall doesn't get knocked down, you stop a wave over here because you're moving right past it to the end of the stage. Yeah.
Yeah, and instead in RE4 you have the situation of like, how many rooms actually lock me in? The answer is not that many. You actually just need the item to progress through the room. You can
they
probably
reduced
ignore
that
everybody.
in this
Okay.
remake because there were way more like just rooms that were like Devil May Cry rooms, like kill everything in the room, then the door will open. But that's not really the case anymore.
No,
So-
instead they're just in your way.
Yeah.
So like, given that the name of the game is knife parries and shit now, when you switch over to Ash, can you do like knight armor parries? Does she have like a knight armor gauntlet
no.
on or something? Can you? I don't.
But she has been given a way to defend herself for
Okay.
real. So in the original, she threw little lanterns at some of the goons, but those were like limited use. Here, she's fighting exclusively armors, and she has like a little blue lantern that will freeze them in place.
Okay.
It's like kind of the same thing, you know.
Kinda. It's a lot easier to use.
Yeah.
And her section does not have a fucking nightmarish slide puzzle in it. So, like, oh yeah, her sequence also has a sequence break.
It does, yeah. If you know.
Yeah,
the,
if you just put in a code correctly, which is the same every time, you just skip like 95% of her section.
There's two of them.
Really? There's two?
Yeah. Yeah, because on my second playthrough, I tried to enter the same code, and I was like, what the hell? And I was like, oh, I guess you need the paper, you know, to get the code. And then I found the paper, and it was a different code. And I was like, oh, wow, there's two.
Oh, that's weird. It's not random. It's just one or the other.
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird.
Now, does it still kind of feel like you switch over and you're like looking at the clock, like, okay, how many chapters of this are we doing?
Oh no, hers. So like Resident Evil 2 Remake is great, but like Sherry's section is awful. And Carlos's section is better, but has like a fight at the end of it in RE3 that I don't think
sucks.
particularly works with the style of game they have. Ashley's section in RE4 is interesting, but also really fast on replay. Like really fucking fast.
Okay. Once you know what you're doing,
you can get through it in probably like 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, I did it
like,
yesterday in like 6 minutes.
It's just a quick diversion.
Because I just I remember getting a taste for that. Like there's just moments where like you feel like a dip. When I played like Onimusha the other day, and it was just like, wait, what? At the last second, you got to switch characters, and she's not as well thought out and has way less mechanics, and you're like, oh, like it's
Talk
not
about crazy slide puzzle in that game. Holy shit!
God, it's just like one of these bits where you're like, the switch isn't the problem. It's just make the second character as fun. You know, make sure that you've got a lot going on. You know, I'm sure like it's not the same with like Ada. You know, for example. Interesting.
I fucking forgot Ada had a section in RE2 Remake.
She has a gun, you know, you could have fun.
But she also has that weird scan the targets thing.
Yeah. No, Ashley's great in this game. Like
cool.
she's so, I don't want to say likable, she's lovable. Like
she's great. Fantastic. And you can finally tell her to kind of back the fuck off when you're fighting dudes, so that she's just not constantly in your way.
Oh, like commands?
Yeah, there is like stay close, in which she attaches herself to your hip, which can be a problem because like there's attacks you can duck. Like people who have like hammers or like gigantic scythes, they'll like wind up for a huge horizontal swing. And you can tap crouch to Leon will do like a little backflip over them, or he'll go like flat on the floor, depending. But if Ashley's like right next to you, she gets bonked.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you say attached to your hip, does she like physically like
No, she's 1 foot back and to the left. She just
stays okay. All right. Okay.
But it also doesn't feel like the original, where like when you told Ashley to follow you, like Leon and Ashley become an entity.
They become a one-person entity.
They are like locked together. You know, like she is like off behind you. Like you can run faster than her, and then she'll be like, "Where are you going? Like, don't leave me," type of thing. Like so.
Okay.
But more importantly than any of that is that she no longer has health at all.
Yes.
Huh.
She has she gets hit once and she's downed, and you have to pick her up. And then if she gets hit a second time when she's down, she dies. Okay. But usually they go and grab her and try and leave the room, which is, I never had any threat of her actually leaving the room ever, because of the way the areas are larger and like more interconnected. Like no one ever got even close to a door.
They also give you, which I think is really cool on the HUD, they give you like a little like meter where it's like the guy, like gets closer to the exit, you know?
Mhm.
And it's like the guy carrying Ashley, so you can like kind of keep an eye on how much time you have left before she's like taken away completely.
Mhm.
I like that. I like that the dreaded era of the escort mission is finally kind of gone, and now you just have like competent companions like Atreus and things like that. Like you actually have like, oh, I don't mind this person.
Well,
That's
she's no
not a
Atreus.
drag. She's not Atreus, no. But I mean, I feel like there's been quality of life improvements over the years that have gotten us past the days of Emma Emmerich.
Yeah. The Emma Emmerich will never be again. Hopefully.
I completely forgot about EE. Oh my god.
EE,
You just
absolutely.
fucking... Wow, that was a blast from the past.
Yeah,
And
no,
not a
I
good
think
one.
no,
Not-
not my first like escort mission memory was actually Peter Puppy from Earthworm Jim.
Oh hell yeah.
Right, the where he's like walking on the path and you've got to like protect him by whipping all around, and it's like, this is the worst. I hate it so much.
It's a great level.
It's so annoying. It's the worst. You gotta whip him to make him jump, and anyways.
God, every time I think about Emma Emmerich or EE, I think about what an absolute massive fucking loser Otacon is, that he is so wrapped up in his own personal bullshit that he ignores a dying person's final request. She goes, call me Emma just once, and he goes, EE, and then she fucking dies. And then he starts saying Emma to her corpse. I'm like, literally one thing. What did the one thing?
Yeah, but at the same time, like, think about how much of a shit Huey was, and like, he got his comeuppance, so it's he's the worst, but also the best when you think of how much he pissed off Huey.
Yeah, that works.
I know another Huey that just helps me, you know? And
Yeah.
it's
The
really
dog?
cool. Yeah, the dog.
Oh, hey,
Is he
Let's-
also based in red pilled?
the dog
Oh
is
my
based in
God.
red pill. Hey, Susie's here. Great. Hey, Susie, did you know that the dog from RE4 original dies in RE4 remake? Look, we have a picture of an incredibly dissimilar looking wolf in a bear trap in the demo
Are we-
area.
Are we allowed to say fuck IGN for
Yeah!
starting that?
Holy
Yo, fuck
shit!
IGN. Like,
Is
how about
this
you wait for the game?
decomposing dog corpse the dog?
It's not even a
No.
dog. It's not even a dog. It's a wolf. And then sure enough, you get to the, one mission later and like, oh, hey, it's that dog. Look, the dog
Like,
is...
literally, it's that dog. That part.
That
is
line
so
actually
great.
seems even
Like,
stranger in... So, like, everything's so... and morose and scary. And then just leave... Oh, hey, wow, it's that dog. Wow.
It's that dog. Wow, cool. I mean, he is also the same guy who kicks grandma's head off and then goes, "Not bad, huh?"
Yeah, you're right.
So, like,
There's... I
Do
was
you
talking about this
approve?
on... I was talking about this on stream 2 days ago or 3 days ago when I was going through like some of the village. And so, Wooly, you have a crouch button now, which allows you to stealth kill people with the knife. So in those areas where it's a little quiet and, maybe enemies don't see you, you can sneak around, just cut them a little bit. Or if you knock them down on the floor, maybe you stab them in the neck or what have you. But it creates this situation where like there's a couple specific zones where the villagers are just hanging out before the fight starts, and Leon can just sneak up on people and slit their fucking throats. And I'm just like, is he 100% sure that person was infected? Because they're just like I'm thinking of, there's a specific guy like farming with the pigs in like the second village room, and he's just standing there, and I just snuck up.
He's
Like,
got the sense. He's got the plaga sense. Yes.
Like it's kind of
Yeah.
weird.
Like
that
what? Like if someone like just incidentally says "Morires vivir" like in a
Yeah.
normal
Well,
way.
Once you get to the castle with the cultists and all of them, that worry dissipates. But like, when you blow somebody's head off in this game with a sniper rifle, like you see the Plagas like kind of shoot out of their stump, even if it's daytime. They just go and you're like, oh, that's weird. That's a bunch of weird goo. But not when you slice their neck.
Yeah. Like there is a normal kind of man who I'm buying things from. Are there other normal people around here who I'm just murdering ruthlessly?
Maybe. Well, they're done now. They're fine. Don't worry about
They're
it.
fine.
On that
Fine.
note, I also heard that Shopkeep there's something new with Shopkeeper.
Well, he's got a
Or-
lot of lines that are brand new.
Okay.
He is, I believe Capcom is trying to tell us, and this makes so much sense when I say it out loud, that he is a pirate.
Yeah. He's
And everything that he has is stuff that he has picked off of dead corpses.
yeah.
Because he has a line about that.
Okay.
Also,
but-
he's like conclusively not a Plagas carrier.
Yeah, his
Right.
eyes don't glow anymore.
His eyes don't glow, and he hangs out next to the blue fire that denotes his shop.
Sure.
That's the same blue fire that like Ashley uses that
Right,
like
right.
turns off enemies.
Pat,
Okay.
I'm so glad you noticed that, because I pointed that out on my stream. I was like, oh, you guys want to know a secret about the merchant? Why he doesn't get attacked? It's because of the purple
Huh,
flame and his
that's
blue
cool.
lantern on his
Yeah,
desk.
because there's a part in Ashley's section where you have to leave the lamp behind, and it turns off any enemy that gets within like 3 feet of it. It's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, they can't do anything to him. He's fine. But he is a pirate.
But like
He's a pirate.
like Davy Jones' locker pirate,
yeah.
pirate.
Yes.
So I don't know if you remember this, Wooly, but you remember there was like a shooting gallery sequence in the original where you could get bottle caps.
Okay.
Okay, so no,
vaguely, but-
fuck it. So in the original, it would be like the village backdrop or the castle backdrop, and it would be like little cardboard cutouts of
the villagers.
like the existing enemies that you would be
Okay.
fighting.
Yeah.
Now it is a lavish, ornate, like classical pirate ship beast interior, and all of the
Ah.
enemies are pirates, and like Spanish guitar music that
Wooly,
feels like
this-
they ripped off Pirates of the Caribbean.
Okay.
This level could be like a little indie game, like
Huh.
Oh,
that you
it's
buy
so
on
good.
Steam. Like it is, the production value of this one mini game is
It's
like
so good.
insanity. It's so incredible.
Like I
Interesting.
had this situation where every
blew my
time I went
mind.
in, I'm like, I'm gonna get S ranks on all these goddamn challenges, and I'm sitting there, and I streamed it 3 days in a row, just as long as I could, and I kept looking over to see one of my favorite comments, which was, every time I turn this stream on, Pat is in this goddamn shooting gallery. Like, yeah, no, it's incredible. It is an incredible shooting gallery.
With pirate mariachi music.
Yeah,
okay.
man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the music is actually, so this is a pull. Wooly, do you remember in the intro to RE4 original, there is a Spanish radio playing music, like, and it's like
It's the same song.
like
yeah,
that
yeah,
thing?
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, that song is the mini game song, but like
Remixed
dressed
and-
up.
and, like,
it even has
dressed
the
up.
same
Wow.
vocal samples.
Wow.
When you get
okay.
an S rank, or not an S rank, but like when you hit bonus time, which is like when they're like, you did well enough to now just like shoot a bunch of stuff for free points, it plays like the most flamboyant 2005 gay club remix
Oh, yeah.
of that intro song from the original.
Hell
And
yeah.
my fucking jaw hit the floor. I was so happy. And there's rainbows shooting everywhere.
Yeah,
and you have
okay.
to shoot all these little treasure chests.
It turns into Pac-Man
Amazing.
Championship DX.
Okay. That's sick. Well,
and
that, yeah, glad to hear that it's not like they've given the merchant a backstory that is terrible or you know what I mean, or expanded too much so that now we know way too much about him or something like that, you know.
well, the only thing that in this game that expands on him is that he's a pirate, or probably a pirate. But also in RE8, the Duke who is the merchant of that game, makes brief mention of other guys like him out there who sell people gear. And I want to say they have the same voice actor.
Okay.
It's different.
It's
guy.
different. Oh, he sounds just like him.
They sound very similar. Yeah.
Okay, but they touch on the idea that this is a class of person that's out there doing this. Okay.
Oh yeah. Well, in Village, like there's a super rare line from the Duke where he'll say, "What are you buying?" Like in the voice, and he'll say, "Sorry, that's something an old friend of mine used to say."
Sure.
So they know each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great because like everything is much darker, much more violent, much more serious, and then when you get to the merchant shooting galleries, it is a cartoon. It is
so much fun.
Like like some of the targets are like the dogs dressed up in little pirate uniforms, pretending to be like gangplank monkeys. Like it's so stupid.
Okay.
Wooly, you gotta play this game. Like you gotta. Play
Yeah. Yeah.
Incredible.
10 out of 10. Big recommend.
Yeah, 10 out of 10.
So
I could just pick any random piece to gush about. Before I do that, Susie, pick something. Go.
gushing about stuff?
Yeah, because there's so much here.
There's so much. I'll say I loved how they handled like literally every gun in the game. Like one of the biggest issues I had with Village was as you progress through that game, like you can upgrade your guns, but the second the Duke had a new gun available, just buy it because it will be better. In this game, I play the whole game with the Silver Ghost, the starting pistol, and excuse me, I got the riot gun, fully upgraded it, melted like one of the final bosses in 2 seconds. You know, because I like the riot gun. You know, I just like the riot gun, and I love how it's like every single gun from the original is back, plus more. Like there's new guns too.
Okay, question. Reload porn. How we doing?
That's okay. In my review, I actually addressed this. The reloads are not as cool.
They're not.
And you know why they're not as cool? You know why they're not as cool? Because you're not locked in place anymore. Like you can move, you could run while reloading.
You don't get the fucking.
The only one that's good are the pistol ones, because Leon does attack reload where if you have bullets in the magazine, he will take a new mag and then take it out and then swap it in and then put the old one in his bag again.
Okay.
In addition,
but if you have an empty mag, he'll pop it out completely and then put a new one in. So like that's like the only time where I was like, very cool. But all the rest of them,
detailed differences.
It keeps a bullet in the chamber if it's a chambered handgun.
Yes.
And one of the it's like you lose a little bit on you lose a tiny bit on the specific reloads, but there was something that I really appreciated, which is, say I have the Silver Ghost in my hand, which is the starting pistol, and I'm wandering about and I switch to it and then I use an item or whatnot. Occasionally, when Leon switches back to holding his pistol, he will pull the slide back to check it for the chambered round and like get it ready for the next encounter.
Okay.
Like there are idle animations playing with your guns of him checking the guns to make sure they're fine and good to go as you're just going through the environment.
But they don't have.
And by no means am I saying like the reloads are bad. They're just not as stylish as
they're
the
normal.
Like you're not getting him like breaking the butterfly open and then like tapping them in and then
that's what I'm specifically thinking of.
Anymore.
I'm thinking of exactly the snap back at the end.
No, he reloads it like a human being instead
like
of
a human
the freak
being,
that he was in RE4.
Or the Magnum with the like, you put them all. There's a little snap to all of that. That was like so fucking sick, man. One of my favorite.
Like the
things.
rifle, he is now reloading singular bullets into the rifle's magazine on the bolt action instead of the strip.
That game That game that's the first time I ever appreciated like a bolt action rifle reload sequence. Like I never really thought about how fucking sick that entire thing is to do in the heat of battle until I saw it in RE4, and I was like, oh my god, that is so stylish when done clean, you know? Okay.
Everything is very tactical. Like I'll say one thing, but I won't go too deep into it. There's still a knife fight, and it is now portrayed not like a movie, but like a realistic two edged weaponed experts are fighting each other.
Yeah, they have a little moment in the cutscene where they do that little slap fight thing that you see in knife fights.
Okay.
Where there's just want
okay.
Yeah.
Don't stab me. You get stabbed. Yeah. Okay.
And it's cool. Like it actually looks really cool, like the way it's shot, you know. But
yeah,
it's very grounded. It's grounded.
Okay.
You know?
Because I mean, yeah, there's obviously there's the original knife fight, right? There's what that would look like in real life with two people in close quarters just trying to fucking get each other. It's messy and ugly and scrappy. And then there's like, I guess there's that sequence I saw from one of the RE movies where they have that point blank gunfight where they're just shooting at the floor or whatever the fuck is happening. It's trying to be equilibrium, but it's just not.
Leon's capabilities in this game are about as close as you could probably get to playing that nonsense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're parrying like a dynamite by cutting the fuse, only to central axis relock, shoot grandma, and then kick her head off as you then like duck a grab from one side. It's
You
and
duck
then
a
hit a guy
flying
in the
scythe coming at
knee
you.
and then stab his neck. Like it's the timing alongside the John Wick 4 is appropriate.
The sequence of going person to person, like when done like perfectly, does look like a stylish ass fucking game. Like absolutely, I'll say that.
Yeah, you feel it for sure. Like the opening fight in the castle. Like when I was streaming it the other day, I threw a flash grenade and then like roundhouse kicked like each guy. And then one guy with a scythe like just threw it at me, and then you hit the crouch button to just crouch under it, turn around, riot gun all three of them, and their arms, legs, heads, they're getting cut in half clean. Like it's just so sick.
There is
it's so
a
good.
level of graphic violence on this game that is kind of astonishing. So I feel bad because like let's say you're a new parent or something like that, and your kid is like 8, and they're like, "Can I play RE4?" And you're like, "It's too violent." You're like, "You played RE4 when you were 10 or whatever." I'm like, "Bro, the goo coming out of this dude's body, like there is the head evaporating into goo with the neck muscles shooting, like the plagas trying to escape. There's like when you blow somebody's arm off in this game, it's not like a bicep down, it's like pectoral muscle out. It's like their shoulder is
like,
gone
coming out.
Yeah, well I mean
straight in half. It's fucking crazy.
The last time we were talking about the new Dead Space and the term was degloving was used, so things have gotten pretty visceral. At the same time though, I was a child when I beat Bionic Commando, so that was pixels of Hitler's head exploding with full-on pressure.
But
you know,
but one of the villagers grab death animations in this is jamming their thumbs through Leon's eyes into the back of his head as he's going and like blood is shooting out.
Right. Well, you get the warning up top, right? Depictions of gore, yada yada.
And you bafflingly still get the warning at the end, telling you that it's a fictional story, and that if you pretend that it's not fictional, the RPD will pursue legal action against you. One of the strangest fucking warning messages I've ever seen.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess that like that's just their way of being like, hey, please don't go jump anybody speaking Spanish, please. And then for RE5, we need that same message, but even bigger and larger.
Speaking European.
Excuse me, speaking European. Yes.
Okay, the fact that
Yes.
the fact that Leon speaks like a little bit of Spanish in this game, but it's still rural Europe, is insane. Like, the words Spain and Spanish do not appear in this game still.
Even though they're speaking Castilian Spanish, which
yeah,
is
it's so silly.
specific. Like, I
Yeah.
love it.
No, I just, I'm sure there's, well, people have already been like talking about like, okay, how do we tackle RE5R, right? How do you approach that?
Let me tell you. So I can't tell you how they would approach RE5's content, because somebody asked me what would happen. I asked, oh god, they asked me this on stream. I'm like, do you think that RE5R would be more or less racist? And I would say that they would probably try to make it less racist, but if they made it more racist, that would be very brave. That would be a very brave thing to do, to make it like much more racist.
Just
Can I elaborate on something about that? Yeah. I feel like, okay, so there's a part in this game, Pat, you know this already, and a lot of people in the chat know already. They took the racist part, like the most racist part of RE5, the marshlands, and just put it in this game, like without the enemies. Like, it is the same level layout. Like, you're in a giant lake and you go from place to place. It's like this big open world area.
Yeah.
So my theory is, if they do remake 5,
they'll just
the marshlands is not going to show up.
Okay.
It's in RE4R, you know? Like,
because yeah,
no grass skirts, guys. No grass skirts.
Because that's the thing, right? It's like, I remember when the first trailer popped up, and then that became a controversy because it was just showing like shooting into a crowd in a town in Africa, and everyone's like, "What the fuck is happening?"
For a second, I remember walking into a room and saying, "Wooly, have you seen the new RE5 trailer?" And you went, "No, not really."
Right.
And I went, "Sit down and watch this." And he's watching this, and it's the shot of like the dude, like the dude with no shirt, and he like looks up under like a Kubrick stare, and Wooly put his hands to his cheeks and went, "Oh no, not scary black people. They're the worst." And it only got worse from there as the trailer went on.
And you get the warlord, and you get all of that. And so that was enough on its own to be like, oh, Jesus, right? The fear of the other, here it comes. And then they're like, okay, let's put in that little whatever the devs did. They put in the little thing where they're like, hey, the front lines of the horde, like 1 out of every 5 will be white. Don't worry, it'll be okay. We'll have it be a nice mixed diverse crowd coming at you going, and like, you're like, all right, like, is there a way to approach this story with you, Chris, big action man, and Sheva right there. Hey, look, right? And this is a zombie story that happens to take place here. Is there a way to just make that natural? And it's like, you can just tell that story.
Yeah.
Pieces are already there.
And then the Maginis stand up. And you go, God damn it. Like, you could have just it could have been it's like, all right, it's a setting. It's just a setting, but it's a zombie story and then the fucking masks and you're like, oh, okay, I don't know.
It's so frustrating because like the pieces you need to make it work are already there. The B plot of Resident Evil 5 is American and European colonialist powers are using people in this poor nation as test subjects and fodder. It's all right there, right? But that's not what's in your fucking face for 99% of the game, right? Like fucking Wesker might as well be the blonde fucking Hitler jerk off Ubermensch,
right,
that you're fighting by the end of the game. But that's not what you're fighting for 99% of the game.
Yeah. I think they would have to just make, if they remade it again, frame it more from Sheva's perspective, and Chris is the outsider, and we're showing him around, and make the enemies BOWs, not people.
Wetland
Like, make
Like
them
more
more
monstrous.
creatures. Yeah, like actual
But there's
creatures.
gameplay reasons why you want to fight the. Yeah. Okay.
So, one of the things, and it really makes me feel very strongly that RE5 is next on the docket, so we'll get to talk about this relatively soon, I bet, is the changes to the controls. Specifically, so Lewis in the original game, he never really hung out with you outside of the cabin fight. He would fight with you in the cabin fight, and that's it. In this game, Lewis gets a whole chapter, and he is
And
an
it's like
AI
an hour and
controlled.
a half long.
Yeah.
Too. It's a long chapter.
Yeah, he is an AI controlled partner who will throw you ammo, melee people, help you in boss fights, and his AI is excellent.
Okay.
You fight a full duo boss fight with him, much like the duo boss fight in RE5, and he is great.
Yes.
He holds his own. He does real damage. He saves you from things.
Wow.
He has cutscenes associated with helping you with the boss fight. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, this is Sheva
That's a partner.
or
Yeah.
Chris.
That's a
Yeah.
partner. Okay. How long is the game now?
Oh, it's fucking long.
Yeah, my I don't know about you, Pat. So on my first playthrough, I didn't do everything, and I died a lot because new challenges, and my playthrough was 17 hours.
Okay, that's
So
isn't the original 20?
The original is
It's like-
the original
it's
was
like
20
15
when
to
you were
20.
15.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
well,
Not
yeah,
for
yeah.
you freaks. Okay, like
Oh my god!
just for us normal people. I always just estimated the time frame to be around like 20 or so. That
It will,
it-
yeah, it'll probably. I've heard a lot of of my casual video game friends, like they're completing at 25, 30
Okay.
hours.
All
Like
right.
no
yeah,
joke.
what I can say conclusively after going through one than the next, it is longer than the original.
Okay.
Definitely.
And depending on your personal love of that shooting mini game, it's much longer.
And the
Because
side quests too. There's side quests now, so
yeah, and the side quests
Right.
are all really good because they're really simple. Hey man, go find this fish. Hey man, there's a secret boss you can fight. And those secret bosses
Yeah.
are for real.
Okay.
they put super bosses in the game. I can't believe it.
That's cool. Yeah. No, as people rightfully point out, the entire audience is RE freaks. You guys are all crushing this in
Yeah.
speed run world record fucking competition levels.
So I want to talk about regenerators because
Oh my god.
it's
Yes.
it's RE4 is like it's the scariest enemy in the game. It's one of the defining factors that a lot of people think about: the breathing, the having to snipe them while they slowly walk towards you. So the general balance of the game in RE4 original, enemies didn't like to stand behind you. They wanted to run from your periphery into your field of view because you couldn't really turn very well. They don't do that anymore. They'll crowd you. They don't give a shit because you have full free movement and free aiming and more movement. So the regenerator used to just slowly walk at you. To accommodate the fact that you can move more easily, they don't slowly walk at you anymore. They have a brisk pace. And when you shoot their leg off, they no longer just flop around a little bit and do a little jump. They start skiing along the fucking floor,
They're like
coming
snakes,
after you.
Okay.
Way scarier than the original. They're so much more mobile. And
Wait.
they have this great flesh technology on them where as you light them up, you will see pieces of them peel away. So with normal
Yeah.
weapons fire, you can get to the parasites regardless because they're actually in there. You just have to tear them out with regular handgun or shotgun bullets.
You want to know something cool, Pat? There's a challenge / trophy to beat the game with only a pistol and a knife.
Yep.
And I did that, and I was like, how the fuck am I gonna do this with the Punisher?
Yep.
Because the Punisher penetrates like 5 enemies. So
Yep.
it's just like, oh, you just shoot the
Pull. Yeah,
regenerator.
shoots right through.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so Susie mentioned, yeah, you can beat not only can you, but it's actually enshrined in the game's challenges to beat the game with just the pistol. The pistols are good enough that I don't even really see a big problem with that.
yeah.
They're good.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Wooly? You
Sorry,
seemed stunned now.
Yeah, because the correct name of the enemy is Regenerador.
It is now.
Yeah.
So, supposedly, so in the original game, they were the only enemy in the entire game that did not have a Spanish name. They were the only one.
Okay.
There was Novistadors, there was Garadors, there was Del Lago,
Yeah,
etc.
Gigante.
Okay.
And then there was Regenerator. And so
Yeah.
now it's Regenerador, which
Right,
is Spanish for
okay.
Regenerator.
We threw
And
the D.
do you remember
there.
what the armors were called, Pat? You
Oh,
remember?
the axe looking dudes.
Yeah. No, the suits of armor.
Oh, the suits of armor. I don't know.
They're called armadura.
Really? Okay, come on.
I just wanted to say it because it's my favorite word to say. Anyway.
I will say though, you mentioned that in the suits of armor, there's like parts of the new RE4 that still feel like they were lifted from Devil May Cry 1.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Like still. Like design elements of the way the castle looks primarily, where it like looks like the pieces of the castle on Melee Island or Melee,
Melee.
whatever the fuck
Pat,
it was.
did you notice the 3.5 hallway? There's a 3.5 hallway, and it fucking blew my mind.
Which one is it? I can.
When you play as Ashley, and you like right at the start when you get the lantern and you crouch under the little like desk.
Yeah, you're totally right.
Taxidermy hallway.
You're right.
Is like there's all like the animal heads on the walls. What happens when you get to the end? A deer head falls off the wall. Just like in the original. It doesn't come to life and then fall off the wall, but it's like literally the same trajectory of that.
I didn't catch that, but what I did catch is that when you have your Plagas hallucinations, it's the exact same shade of blue was used in the hallucination parts of the 3.5 demo with Hookman.
Yeah, and it's super like blown out and bloomy. Yeah. It's so good. Wooly, you gotta play it.
Like, there's so many nice little details that make perfect sense.
Sure.
Like, you don't meet Sadler for most of the game in this time. Like, in the original, you met Sadler, like, super early. And then he would, like, call you on the fucking phone. And it was like, okay, that's strange. And here, they're like, no, he's gonna give out his hallucination commands to people. And Ashley and Leon are gonna hit the dirt and see Sadler in his, like, mind palace. So you get to see him and hear him talk and all that without actually having to be physically close to him. And similarly with Salazar. Salazar no longer calls you on the phone. Instead, he has some old-timey fucking brass pipe intercom system rigged throughout his castle.
It's so cute. It's so cute.
That he laughs at you if you shoot. Like, you can cut him off and he'll give you a little giggle if you try and shoot his stupid pipes.
I like how the remake version of Salazar is less of a creepy child and more of a what are you weirdo old man thing.
He's so awful.
It's so gross, but it's like before it looked like a child with bad like textures dropped on him. Kind of thing.
Oh my
God. And currently it's like, oh no, you're like a weird little old thing, you know.
He's 20 years old, man.
Yeah, it's got Benjamin Button vibes.
So they did a great job. One of the things that Susie and I were talking about before, which was like everything makes sense. And like as people who like care or cared, I don't know if I do anymore, about the Resident Evil storyline, like boy, there's a lot of stupid shit in these games. And there was stuff like, hey, why does the Garador even fucking exist? Like why would they do that? And then you find dialogue and text that describes like this guy just really pissed off Salazar for some reason, and he decided to horribly fuck him over. Hey, why is Salazar such a dick? And then you go through the entire family history of the Salazar family, and as well as like staff's diaries about what a fucking piece of shit child he was before he even became an adult.
Even before the Plaga too.
Yeah, he's
so
throwing
like,
acid into people's faces and having them execute. He's like little Joffrey.
Okay.
And then you gave him a bug.
And then he just like literally infected everyone in like the surrounding area. Yeah, I would say this.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I was just gonna say I would say this Resident Evil is probably one of the better written, performed, besides one person, and you know, just conveyed stories in the entire series. Like literally, like everything is just so perfectly like put together and like set up. And I just never thought in my lifetime I would be saying that about RE4 because RE4's story is so bad.
Yeah, because like the usual is like, hey, how would you? You were working on a virus and it got out. Whoopsie doodle, and that's like the plot. Like that's the whole plot.
Yeah.
Well,
here you go and you even get like massive like murals and diaries and like family history of like the Plagas existed like 600 years ago. And then the people of this region beat it down with swords and hammers.
Yeah.
And that's why they were raised up into nobility.
Okay.
And they call it, like, in the files, the historical record of the Salazar family, they call it demons. Like, they thought they were fighting demons from hell instead of, like, a biological
That's cool.
nightmare.
Okay.
It's so cool.
Because, yeah, I feel like I can summarize, like, the last, like, 15 years of, hey, Pat, so what is Resident Evil about? And the answer is shut up. Like, it's just always been...
To answer your question...
Shut the fuck up.
Resident Evil at this point in time is about two things. The first of which is that there is a mold in Eastern Europe, there is a parasite in Spain, and there is a rejuvenating viral plant in sub-Saharan Africa that are all naturally occurring elements that are horrific biological catastrophes on their own. And the second thing is a bunch of eggheads going, what if we could turn these into guns and fucking it up?
Right.
And then a bunch of superheroes going, we have to stop this. I'm
going to roundhouse kick this this 10-foot tall werewolf.
Evil science.
Yes.
I think it's got, like, it's always been this case, but with Village adding on to it, I'm like, the universe that these games take place in is just like one rock breaking open in some region and having like the Thing jump out like a week. Like they're all over the place.
And even if there was no umbrella, like it still would have been a massive...
Well, the Plagas happens completely by itself. Like Lewis helped because he's a researcher, but like the generic form of the Plagas that has like all the tentacle heads and the centipede monsters, like that happens totally separate of everything else in the series.
Yeah, no,
totally.
Just they happen to be lucky to be an evil company that is on a planet where these things pop off constantly. And you can be like, ooh, we can do some shit over here. What's going on? What's this? What you got over there?
Yeah, it's also a universe in which, like, the Raccoon City green herb is exported worldwide because it has magical healing properties.
Wait, specifically the green herb from Raccoon City?
The reason why Umbrella is based in the Arklay Mountains in Raccoon City is because of the presence of a medicinal herb known as a green herb, which has incredible regenerative properties. It's where Umbrella made all of its legit money.
Wow.
Yes. With like all of its little products and
herbs
stuff.
are canon. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
And the name of the herb is green herb, or the Arklay Mountain green herb.
It's a nice name. I like it.
But yeah, no, that's like, it's not a gameplay contrivance. Like the herb in Resident Evil has a like legitimate history and is in partial responsible for the Umbrella mistakes because it's where they got all their good money before they started getting on the freak monster bandwagon.
What if we found magic herb in the Midwest? wherever the
dude.
fuck it is. Like, I don't know. Like,
And
okay.
like I'm of the impression that like first aid sprays are just like a synthesized
Oh yeah,
manufactured green herb.
for sure.
Yeah, just like a bunch of them crushed up into a can and you spray it
Yeah.
on yourself.
Fentanyl spray style, absolutely.
I think in RE7 they had to make a distinction saying that like the herb from Arklay Mountains has now gone worldwide because Raccoon City got fucking nuked.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah. Pat, did you
Okay.
notice that sorry, I'm just getting over being hella sick. I actually I got this game like almost a month ago at this point, and I like played through it while sick, and I did not want that, you know? Like have you guys ever like watched a movie or like played a game you were like looking
Yep.
forward to while sick, and it just like makes it the
Yeah.
experience like a little bit worse? Like you're just like,
Absolutely.
oh man.
I think
It
you
sucked,
mentioned
but
that you had played it for like 45 hours across 3 days, but you were horribly ill.
I didn't want to stop playing it.
But
I
you were
had to
so
stop.
ill. You told me you couldn't get out of bed.
I got out of bed for
God.
this, and my back and ribs and upper chest hurt so much. I was like I would like get out of my chair and be like, "Ow, this sucks." I was gonna say something else about the game, but I don't know if you caught this, Pat. But there's a file that you can get like late game, and it's like some deep lore stuff. But I was blown away that they put it in, and it connects this game to RE3 remake a lot more. But
Which
the
was it? Was it I found something about the fucking Wesker Spencer bullshit, but I can't. I don't think that's what you're referring
It's
to.
the one that I'm talking about is the Laboratory 6 Dream Team.
Oh yeah,
The
right.
people that made Nemesis,
Yeah, and Lewis
which
is
have
there.
like yes, like Luis helped make Nemesis.
Yeah, because they go through
Holy
they go
shit.
through the like Nemesis's parasite always came from Europe, and then
Yeah.
specifically from like the Paris branch. But like in RE3 remake, Nemesis's like stupid parasite bullshit comes a lot more out, and it looks like Las Plagas.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so like now there's just a little bit of like, oh, the Umbrella team had a little piece of Plagas, and they just decided to put it into one of their bioweapons.
And it made him like way smarter and scarier than like
Yeah.
the little tyrants that they've been mass
Okay.
producing.
It's
which is
fascinating
super
because
cool.
like when you put the regular Plagas into a normal person, oh man, I remember talking about this in RE4 original when I was playing through it. People were asking me, hey Pat, what do you think the reason is that none of them use firearms? They all use crossbows and melee weapons. And I said, I don't think they're smart enough to operate a gun because the Plagas parasite is screwing up their brain function. And also, the Plagas is like literally puppeting them, so they're not quite as coordinated as they otherwise would be. And then in RE4 Remake, yeah, sure enough, you find dialogue going, the people that are infected with the generic Plagas parasite have lost most of their intelligence.
Oh.
They are
Okay.
significantly like mentally impaired.
And it makes so much more sense too, like
Huh.
when you like especially in the opening village raid when like you examine the dialogue, like, you know, La Campana, they just
Mhm.
say the bell. You know, it's time to go.
Mhm.
Let
Yeah.
us pray. Like it's
Well,
all very basic like phrases, you know.
like I would have just I kind of I guess yeah I think I just assumed over time that it was more or less kind of like zombies in I Am a Hero. There's like just whatever little bits of what you were is left over. That's what it's tapping into to, you know,
Yeah,
have
yeah.
them swing and recognize things and still behave somewhat like a human.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
And that's what that's what we mean about like everything in this game making sense. Like they like literally go into everything. Like every monster has like a somewhat backstory to it. Obviously,
Mhm.
like the villagers and the Ganados overall. Like they
I
just
think
like
I think my
everything gets
favorite
I think
explained.
one
I
is
think
they
that helped.
actually go into the details of like the Novistador bugs. And it's like, how the fuck did that get made? Like seriously, what the fuck? That doesn't look like somebody that got thrown a parasite on them. And then you find out, oh no, it's actually like one of the worst ones. It's actually horrible.
Yeah,
The like
yeah.
genuinely nightmarish how those got made. Oh, gross, horrible.
It's really cool, yeah.
Yeah, I guess there's like also there's there's levels to consider when it's like, okay, the zombies are the dead are moving around. They're just literally corpses attacking you. And then you can, like, you get to this where it's like, is there any of you still in there?
Yeah,
You know?
actually, most of them is still in there.
Yeah,
They're just not able to control it.
Right, you know, or like
And they go into it like for one line of dialogue in RE3 Remake, which I love so much, right before zombie Brad bites Marvin. And he tells him, "I'm sorry." Like, the zombie says sorry to the human being.
And that last second before
and he
gets
stops
totally
in his
overpowered.
tracks too. He's like, holy shit. And then he bites him because he
That's
hesitated.
dark.
And
Okay.
then, you know, and when he meets Leon, he's like, you do not hesitate, you know?
Okay, so yeah.
It's good shit, yeah.
It's definitely in there. Okay,
Yeah,
new
so-
bar for the franchise. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
And hey,
I think the last thing I want to say about this is that Bingo has lore now. And I love it. I don't know if you caught it, Pat.
Wait, beyond just him saying it?
So on Hunnigan's computer, there's a shot of her computer screen, and there's a post-it note that says, Bingo, Friday night at 10 p.m. And my headcanon is Leon has a crush on Hunnigan, and he goes to Bingo with her. And he just did it, so that's why he mentions it in the village.
you know what? I actually have two final things that I want to say.
Like-
The first of which...
That's so much dumber because it's not like he's pulling it out to be witty out of nowhere. It's like it's the last thing he can think of. Therefore, he's like that's an even dumber context, Leon.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ,
much dumber. The other last two things I want to say is the Verdugo fight is dramatically improved with the new controls, the ability to dodge him more accurately, but more importantly, the Verdugo fight is you get to see the devs go, hey, one of the decisions made in RE4 was a mistake. And that decision was to give you a free rocket launcher. Because everyone uses it to skip the Verdugo fight. They no longer give you a free rocket launcher.
but
So
in
you will have
exchange,
to
the
fight
fight
your ass
is
off.
fun.
Yeah.
It's really fun. Yeah.
Nice.
And he'll still do this too if you shoot him normally, by the way.
Yeah, he seems like the best monster the series has ever created because he's completely in control. He's still a human being in his head. And he's functionally invincible to gunfire, as well as being super fast and strong. Thank goodness we fought him in that liquid nitrogen factory. And the second one is that specifically there was you know, when you change characters' characterizations, some people go crazy. Like, for example, if you were to say remove the 48 panty shots that Ashley has, some psychopath is going to go on the Steam review page and catalog how they're all gone because they're crazy. There's a specific line in the ending that has been removed where Ashley in the original was like, why don't you come to my house and impregnate me? As a friend of the show, Plague of Gripes, made that funny meme about.
Yes.
That's
no
gone.
way, friend.
No way,
Friend.
pal, bro.
Nope.
That's gone. However, this is why context matters, because instead of that line coming out of nowhere, now we have a game in which Ashley is crushing on Leon super hard the whole time.
The whole time.
Like, it is just shy of, wow, Leon, you're so strong. Like, one half step underneath that.
Like Jesse FF7 levels?
No, that would
No,
be... No one's...
not quite.
Okay.
No one's Jesse in
Okay.
FF7.
Okay, because that's the thickest it's ever been put on.
Yeah.
I don't think we're
No,
ever going to
Ashley's
see
like,
that ever again.
Ashley's like, maybe I could train to be an agent and we can protect the US together, Leon. And then he'd be like, wow, that'd be something, wouldn't it?
And then she's like, tee hee hee ha ha ha.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, excellent game, super great.
Love it.
Mercenaries is coming in like a week. So, fucking thank God.
You know, just when you mentioned Verdugo, I remember that's a whatever. You know me. It's a tap
Wooly,
end card, and I looked at.
Oh, Verdugo
Yeah,
is the xenomorph you
No,
fight.
no, no. I remember. Yeah, it's the
you-
sci-fi enemy. That yeah, no, I remember that popped up. I was like, right,
yeah.
he looks like he's not from this game. Yeah, like he never
I
no,
wanted
when I say
to-
xenomorph, he's an alien. Just they pop
without
the head. Off.
I wanted to tell you, Wooly, Verdugo in this game, like, legit looks like a mecha now. Like, especially when you freeze him and he's, like, all covered in snow, like white frost.
Okay.
Yeah, the
And
way
he's,
he
like,
moves
moving around all
is-
slow. Like,
Yeah.
he looks like a mecha. Like, it's so sick.
I could also see Raiden slicing him up. You know, like with the way the suit like kind of look. Yeah. Anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I do have one last thing to say, specifically about line changes. So, because Salazar is not talking to you directly, he's intercomming you, and you don't have the ability to talk back to him. A lot of the really aggressively fucking stupid lines in the original are not possible. In particular, no thanks, bro, or that stupid conversation about what a first-class script is like is gone. And they decided to replace that with, when you fight Salazar, the two characters are talking the whole boss fight. They're having a whole conversation for the entire boss fight about like, it is this super stupid back and forth about the script writing joke. But
Yeah.
it just goes on and on and on and
As
on, and
you
they're talking
fight.
about what role Leon would play. Oh,
Yeah.
you won't even get any lines, and all this stupid
And then
shit.
he starts talking to Leon as if he's reading the script too.
Yeah.
Like, if the fight goes on long enough, like he will just be like, okay, now this scene has started. Mr.
Fantastic.
Kennedy, and
I
yeah,
like
it's really
just
good.
integrate that stuff into gameplay. You know, that's good stuff. Nice.
And then to be like, it's not all gone. You still get your achievement titles have the names of the old stupid lines.
Yeah, so no thanks, bro,
okay.
and
Is the
Okay.
achievement
cheese
title,
and
or
all
like
that.
grilled big cheese is
Yeah.
when you fight Mendez. Who
Okay.
like, you know what's weird about Mendez's boss fight? You still get his glass eye, but it's just a treasure now, and so now he has no reason to have a glass eye at all.
he just lost it. You know, he lost
Yeah,
it.
like you don't open up a door.
Yeah, thank God. It's so stupid. Why does the ancient village have a retinal scanner door?
Yeah, but I have a
It doesn't
different
make any
problem.
sense.
Is why does this gigantic centipede man that has unparalleled regenerative abilities not able to regrow his eyeball? Most of the other bosses are made out of eyeballs.
He has an eyeball on his back.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe that's
Have-
where it went.
Have there been any functional or gameplay improvements to Attaché case?
Yes. Oh, there's an auto sort button.
Really?
So you don't have to do it anymore.
It just does it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It just does it. It does it so hard that if you have an item that you can't pick up and you hit auto sort, if the item can fit in your case with the sorted, it will just move the item into your newly sorted attaché case.
That's not what I want.
Also,
I want to have
you
to
can-
do it.
Also, you can have different kinds of attaché cases. You can have attaché cases that have more handgun ammo drop, or more red herbs drop, or more
Oh.
resources drop.
Yeah.
They affect
so-
the drop rate.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
interesting.
we neglected to talk about it because we talked so long about the shooting minigame with the pirates. But the reward for that is that you get to take your little tokens and go to a literal gacha machine, and it will shoot out the character models from the original game as charms.
Cool.
And you can then hang them off your attaché
Off the
case,
case.
and they'll do things such as increase your run speed,
That's
or
fun.
you make more shotgun ammunition when you use the gunpowder, or 20% critical damage buff on melee attacks.
That's a lot.
It is.
Yeah.
It sure is.
Wow. Okay.
So like one kick will like put someone down pretty much. I had it like by the end game. I had it I had the red attaché case, which drops red herbs like very consistently, and then I had a charm that gives you like 100% healing item resale value.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just picking up red herbs and selling them like
Ah.
crazy. But then I had another charm of classic Ashley that makes one green herb heal 50% of your HP. So I was like, all I need is one green herb. You know? Like, it's pretty crazy.
Wow.
You can have builds in this game.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Or you can do what I did and just cheat engine yourself 450 gold tokens and then just keep running the robot until you get all 30.
I can't believe.
You can't
Such a
believe?
cheater.
Wow.
I can believe.
Yeah, you should believe.
Anyway, RE4 is good. If you haven't played it,
Good
play it.
game. Excellent,
game.
excellent, good game. Yes, good.
Definitely worth your time.
I feel like an attaché case is like creates an image of a professional secret agent man, and then the moment you have charms hanging off of it, it's just an entirely different thing. It's just a fashion item now. It's your.
Well,
it's
you mean the
you know.
attaché case that is never actually depicted ever?
Correct.
in
Exactly.
game?
Yes. That you never see that comes out of mallet space.
That's what I liked about the recent Fortnite collab, because you can play as Leon but put the attaché case on his back.
Ah, nice.
So it
Okay.
just like he looks so dumb, like just running around with it like hanging off his back,
Oh.
dangling around.
Speaking of, this is the actual final thing I have to say. They have finally righted a wrong that has been annoying me for 20 years. The first thing you can unlock when you beat the game is I want to play with the jacket on all the time.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So you could do it, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's I assume it's just a costume pick, right?
Yeah, it's just a costume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like he will no longer lose his
Lose it.
jacket.
Mm-hmm.
He will keep it forever.
How's the armor look?
It looks sick.
Ashley's armor?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashley's armor is now like a reward for beating the game on like what is it, like hardcore under 5 hours or something like that?
Okay.
Yeah, Wooly, do you want to see it? I could send.
Yeah.
you a
Is it just
picture.
like Artorias armor? Is it just like some rad shit? Like
It's not Artorias, but it is very Souls looking.
Let's see it.
And just like the original game, if you aim your gun at Ashley's face, the visor closes by itself, and you just see her cute little eyes like poking through. It's really
So
cute.
I found this out
I'll send you
today
some.
that the game's final unlock for beating professional under 5 hours with an S plus is adorable little cat ears for Leon that match his hair, and they don't look like Leon's wearing cat ears. It looks like Leon has little adorable cat ears.
That armor
Yes.
looks great. Yeah. Okay.
And she has a tiny cape on the back that's like split into like 2 points.
That is
Okay.
a
Really
Dark
cool.
Souls.
Yeah.
But I'll show you it with the visor closed, because it's even
Okay.
more Souls.
And then we got Catboy Leon.
Yeah, and Catboy Leon doesn't need to use ammunition. It's the Metal Gear bandana of
Infinite ammo.
But yeah, breedable Catboy Leon has
my
infinite
God.
ammo.
How bad do you want that ammo? Like, yeah.
Like,
there you go.
it's nice to see that they are turning into it.
Nice. Yeah, that's it's the Demon Souls
Yeah.
starting armor almost.
The fluted armor.
Fluted set.
Yeah.
Okay. Right
That's very
on.
cool. I love the game so much. Like there's so much replayability and unlockables like that. Super cool.
Yeah. No,
Also,
if they
hey,
wanted to
if you
fully
wanna-
lean into it, Pat, they would have made it bunny ears actually for Leon. They would have went full
I don't know,
Viera.
man. I don't know. It's like people are already running around with like tramp stamp Leon.
Yeah.
I saw a picture of the tramp stamp.
I posted that.
Oh, by the way, speaking of, if you want to get it on the personal computer, it runs incredibly well on the personal computer. There is no
the
worries.
First time ever. Oh my god.
The RE engine remains probably the best, most performance good engine. It's great.
Any reports on the final version of the PS4 edition?
It sucks.
God.
Yeah, still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. All right.
It runs bad and it looks like shit. Also, here's a fun fact: if you play with the game with an Xbox controller, the controls are fucked up.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
The dead
Xbox versions
zone
are fucked.
on the Xbox controller is like 3 times as big as the PlayStation controller, and that's on PC if you use an Xbox controller as well. So it's for some reason it's the way that they built the way the analog sticks work on when you're using an Xbox controller.
Is it like all X input or specifically?
No, an Xbox controller, because when
like
you play
the hardware. I guess.
So Resident Evil 4 Resident Evil 4 Remake is the first game I have played that I used a wireless PS5 controller through direct input, and it still knew that it was a DualSense controller and switched my buttons to PlayStation buttons.
Okay.
It's the only game I've ever played that did that. And then
almost like Capcom knows.
Almost like they know. And I switched my dead zones to the PlayStation equivalents, which are really small compared to the Xbox ones.
That was the funny thing, because I remember hearing a lot of my friends be like, "Is it hard to aim for you?" And I'm playing on PS5, like just getting headshots nonstop.
No, it's not.
What if I want to connect my Wiimote and dongle?
You
just
hell yeah.
recreate that style of play.
Fuck, I had something to say. It's gone. Oh well.
Okay. All right.
Oh, well. RE4 good. Go get it.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, and if you're playing on PS5, you might want to turn off the hair tech because it does tank the frame rate sometimes.
Yeah, I heard that there's gonna be some kind of update or something.
Because I played the first half of the game with the fancy hair on PS5, and I had moments where the game was dropping like 40 frames, and then I turned it off, and then it was rock solid the whole time.
Shout outs.
I will never turn it off. So.
What? The fancy hair isn't worth the frame, Susie.
Shout outs to Tress FX for
oh my god, Tress FX.
Fucking Tomb Raider.
Right? You mean that technological fucking dead end that Eidos made?
Yeah, and then you're testing it, and you're like, "Oh, look at wow! It's so what's it do? Oh God! Oh God! Yeah. It's flying at the camera! It's everywhere! It's in QA, the nightmare that was testing the Tress Effects build, and then it's like, okay, this is so awful, and it's causing so many bugs that we're gonna send to pre-mastering a build that has it just turned off, so Lara's just bald. And anyone else that had hair that used it was just bald for that build because you just had to test around it because it was that fucking... It was a whole thing. Anyways. All right. Quick bathroom break.
Definitely more stable than that, by the way. So.
Cool.
Anyway.
Quick bathroom break if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yes.
BRB.
BRB.
Hello. All right.
Hey, what up? What up?
Yeah. So, with that up top, let's get into weeks. Susie.
I played RE4 Remake.
Yeah. Besides RE4 Remake, anything
Um,
interesting of note in for not weeks literally, but it can be months in
yeah,
any
yeah, yeah.
regard. Yeah.
I guess I could talk about it. I alluded to it on the Twitter, and it's back up now. But my RE4 remake review had to come down because
But why?
I
Yeah.
am a dummy who did not read the fine print of the embargo, where there are massive red letters that say reviews should not exceed 10 minutes, and mine was approaching 30 minutes. So, as you
I
know.
remember I remember seeing everybody's reviews come out. I'm like, GameSpot, IGN, everybody, 10, like literally 10 minutes and 1 second to accommodate for their
Yes.
logos. And then
Yes.
Susie's goes up and it's 27.5 minutes long. And then like
And
an
it's like
hour later it
in-depth,
goes down.
like, yeah. So, but I will say, Capcom good on them for not being like, hey, delete it, delete everything. They were just like, hey, you could private it and then put it back up on release day. So that was
Okay.
kind of what I was counting down the days while playing the game of being like, okay, well, the day this comes out again, people like Pat will have spoiled more of this game than I did
no.
in my video.
Congratulations,
You know what I mean?
Susie. You gave me the in to talk about this.
Exactly.
So, I had such a weird sequence of events trying to get access to this game from Capcom. I talked to the person at Capcom and I said, "Hello, I would like a review code for Resident Evil 4 Remake." And then they say to me, Mabel, they says, "There are very few codes." And I'm like, "That's not true. My friends all have codes. How come I can't?" Oh, whatever. Whatever. Oh, very few. We might be able to get you one the day of launch on the 24th. I go, okay, whatever. Then I go to the Capcom Discord and they have the review code, the fucking survey form, right? And then I click on it and I go, I would like a review code. I'm a big shot streamer, blah blah blah. And they go, and then after I send that in, an announcement comes out. We are highly limiting the amount of codes being sent out for review because of leaks. And I go, oh, okay, whatever. So then I'm sitting there and go, I don't know what to do. And then I speak to KZ Excellent, who tells me, hey, did you know that if you buy a game off the Sony PlayStation Store from New Zealand, the game unlocks 19 hours early? And I go, yeah, I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah, technically it is tomorrow over there.
Yeah.
That is true.
So I went and bought some gift cards and made a Sony PlayStation New Zealand account, and then I
wow.
flew to New Zealand.
Wow.
I got a whole space set up. It looked exactly like this space.
It's a gorgeous place, really.
It just happened to be in New Zealand. They gave me this Lord of the Rings book when I showed up, Wallaby Wallaby. And then I'm playing RE4 Remake the morning of the 23rd. And I'm like, this is great. And then at noon, I get an email from Capcom that says, here's your code, along with this enormous amount of embargo details. Let's say, don't show this, 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 until the game officially unlocks in your region on the 24th. And I go, well, you're too late for that. And then 2 hours later, I get a different email from my original contact that says, here's your code, go stream it.
A day before.
A day before. You told me it would be the day after. So I'm sitting here in New Zealand with 3 RE4s because they told me that you couldn't give me 0.
I can't believe you wasted all that money on the flight. Like, God.
Listen, I got a good deal. It was I picked up a seat somebody didn't fill in for.
Well, while you're there, try the pies. and visit the South Island.
I didn't have time. I had a 14-and-a-half-hour flight that I needed to make in 7 hours.
Gotcha.
So I
Okay.
had to tell the pilot to go extra fast. You know what my favorite part about that is? My favorite part, I will sit here in the same room and go, I am in New Zealand. And I'll look over and someone will ask, did he really fly to New Zealand? No, it is a lie. I am playing a goof. It is a joke.
You have mastered the art of the code beg. I feel like you have it down to a science. That's pretty good.
I wanted to say this too, just about the whole review thing. Another good on Capcom, but they actually sent me as kind of like an apology for the review thing.
Mm-hmm.
They sent me the collector's edition of the game, like super early, So I was like, okay, that's really nice of them, to do. And comes with a big statue and art book and all this kind of stuff. The box was massive. I opened the box, and I got a very special collector's edition, guys. One that had a physical massive list embargo inside the box that said, okay, Susie, now that you have this, again, do not say anything about any of the contents of this box. Do not post any pictures until release day.
When
and
did
I was
you
like,
get that box?
I read it. Probably like a week before.
Okay.
It was very shortly after the review thing happened. But I was
Was
sitting
there
there
like
just laughing at myself,
Tell us what the fourth word on page 76 is to confirm that you have read this. Skill testing question. Jesus.
No, I guess
Being
they
said,
were just
you can't,
they were
you
just trusting
can't
me.
be too mad considering you didn't read the first one.
Yeah.
I wasn't mad at all. I was extra nervous the second time. I was just like, okay, I will not do anything.
Yeah. To be fair, you completely ignored the giant red.
I sure did.
Okay.
I fucked up.
Okay.
So that was my week.
Cool. Everyone, you can go check that out at TheSphereHunter.
Yes.
And do the plugs while you're at it right away, right?
Oh yeah, SphereHunter on YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram and Twitter. The review's back up. It's doing good.
There you go.
Completely spoiler free if you want to check it out.
Yeah. No, it makes more sense to tell them now and not on hour 3 or 4 when they make it here by Friday or Saturday. So. Cool.
Yeah.
And you, Pat?
So I went and I played that Diablo 4 beta.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And I saw people talking about it, and my takeaway was, I think the funniest thing that could ever happen in regards to Activision Blizzard in the wake of the most massive scandal ever for over a year, and the constant fight with the FCC over their merger, is that if Diablo 4 came out and was really good, because then it would just make everything conflicted and confusing for everyone. Hey, guess what? Diablo 4 feels really good.
That's interesting.
I played it for an hour, and people will complain about the balancing of the characters, but I played it for an hour, and it feels really, really, really good to hit enemies and have them do the explosion and the little items fall down.
Would the world not be simpler if it sucked?
Oh, it'd be super easy. I've been saying this about Blizzard for every time anything ever came out of Blizzard. I said, hey, it's really easy to boycott something you weren't going to buy. And it's really easy to get mad at somebody and stand on a high horse when there's nothing that they make that you want. Right? Overwatch turned into poop. And then they fucked up the Warcraft 3 thing, and there's all the shit with WoW. I was like, oh man, Blizzard, oh right, Diablo. Everyone likes Diablo. Those games are great. Shit.
They are.
And this one feels great. It feels fun to play. I played the druid. I hit a button and I turned into a wolf man and slashed a man, and then I cast a spell and I de-wolfed manned to cast the spell, and I went, oh, damn it. That's all I ever wanted from Diablo 2 was to switch quickly between Wolfman and not Wolfman.
So I guess, yeah, my next question was going to be, is it getting so much praise because it's like another take at the sequel to Diablo 2 as opposed to the sequel to Diablo 3?
No, I think people like it because it's Diablo is the Skinner box video game that has ever Skinner boxed.
Mm-hmm.
The Diablo is a slot machine with flashing lights, and Diablo is the predecessor to Vampire Survivors, but with gameplay. Like everything that you like about Vampire Survivors is Diablo.
Okay.
And it feels good to hit the buttons. Oh, I should mention, to those of you who don't know what a Skinner box is in the audience, a Skinner box is a box made by B.F. Skinner to influence the behavior of rats. They would hit a button, and they would get a treat. Eventually, turns out you don't have to give them a treat anymore. They'll just mash on the button until they fucking die, because they're so conditioned to hit the button and get a treat.
Now, I don't know that Diablo 2 started playing itself when you got to a sufficient level, but I guess at a certain point, like, you're kind of starting a character, doing a build, and then does it just become a joke at a certain point when you're...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You just get OP
Diablo
and
2
the whole game just breaks.
Okay. I don't know if this happens to you guys, but you ever use an example and you didn't really think very strongly about that example, but then the further you describe it, you actually realize that you perfectly encapsulated it? Yes, no, Diablo absolutely begins to play itself just like Vampire Survivors.
Interesting.
Some classes more than others, like Necromancers in Diablo, you just fucking sit there and your minions will just do it. Like if you played a Boazon in Diablo 2, you would just shoot the strafe, like the wide circle of arrows, and everything in a direction would just pop.
Okay. How much of how much of the game is in the demo? Or
I think it's still level 25, but the beta's over now. It was only this weekend. Okay. I played it for about an hour. In that hour, I discovered that you can customize your character, and they have cutscenes with your character that look really nice. The buttons feel good. The interface looks good. It ran well on my PC, and it is now a pure multiplayer game. It is now like a tiny baby MMO.
Okay.
Like, you are playing this online, which meant that some people were like, I'm playing this on hardcore and got fucking killed due to a lag spike. That sucks. And the answer is, yeah, it does. It's been like that since 1998. It sucks to play the game online hardcore and get killed. Also, they finally gave up and let you play with controller on PC.
I was actually going to ask you that question, but I was going to ask you this other one. So is it just like you run around and there are other players that just
I don't know. I didn't actually get that far.
Okay. Gotcha.
And
I was gonna ask if, like, the art style kind of is like
it's more Diablo 2.
Yeah, that's what I was, because like that's a very distinct style, and like I just did a quick look and I'm looking at it and it's like, oh yeah, no, they're bringing that style back for sure. Very cool. The proportions.
Did either of you guys get really scared of the cover art of Diablo 1 when you were younger?
No, man.
I didn't get scared of it, but I was forbidden from playing it.
I could imagine.
Because that is not gonna go on installed in a Christian household, Susie.
Nuh-uh.
That is Satan.
Under no circumstances, to which my friends in school would always protest, but you're killing Satan. He's the bad guy. What's the problem?
Killing the fuck out of Satan.
And it's like, no, that's just a way for it to lure you in. It's glorifying it. Look at this giant pentagram, you know? And I mean, literally,
Yeah.
we're in a situation where like a depiction of a pentagram on artwork in any context is like that has power. This
Yeah.
booklet has power now, evil power, So, yeah, no.
There's elements of what I played in the beta that feel like no guys, it's gonna be a good old Diablo game just like the older ones, because like the color palette's a little more muted. They have classes that haven't been in the series for like a bunch of games, and like it's such a minor detail, but the opening shot of the fancy, astonishing Blizzard in-house CGI trailer is a rickety ass house's window shutter slapping against some planks of wood, which was the opening shot of Diablo 1's original trailer, like back in '96, I want to say. Yeah, felt good. It's probably gonna sell a shit zillion copies. It's a Diablo game. Did you like any Diablo game? You'll probably like this Diablo game. Feels better than Path of Exile, which is ironically enough the other Diablo game made by the other people who made Diablo.
Is
Path
there
of Exile
going
does not feel as good. No.
is there going to be an auction house?
No.
Okay.
They took that out
Oh
of
my
3,
God.
if you remember, and the guy who invented it left, aka probably was forced to leave.
But what if they reinvented it for 4?
I think they're gonna do that again.
Okay.
I like Diablo 1 and 2. I played them a million times, but I never played 3. And 4
3
it looks really cool.
3 is like fantastic, but only when you play it
Okay.
on a console.
That's what I always wanted to do, because the controls, I remember watching a friend play it in real life, and it reminded me of kind of like a God of War classic kind of feeling, if that makes sense.
I kind of get it, but the main thing
Yeah.
is that like it was so silly because like Diablo 3 came out and like there's only 5 buttons you can hit, and you're like, oh, they made this so that controllers can play it, right?
Yeah.
And then it took like 6 years for it to come to consoles. You're like, what the fuck? Why did that?
God.
Oh, I'm seeing somebody in the
What did-
chat like did not know. Yeah, in Diablo 3 on console, you have a dodge roll that doesn't exist in the PC version.
I think that's what it was, like the right stick or something, like
Yeah.
makes you dodge, like God of War. Okay.
In the Diablo 4 beta, circle is a little dodge move. And I'm not certain if it's specific to each character. Like the druid I was playing at just did a little hop, little dodge, but it says like evasive action on the controller, which makes me feel like the sorcerer will get blink, and so on and so forth.
That's what I want.
Just, hey, what games did you play this week? Oh, RE4 and Diablo.
Yeah,
And
we're
Baldur's
all
Gate's
the way
coming
back
back
to
soon, too.
2005, dude.
Jesus Christ, here we are.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Man.
But yeah.
That's it. That's pretty
I
much
wanna
it for
play.
me. I'm not super sure what I'm doing this week on my channel. I want to play more RE4, but I'll wait till Mercenaries comes out. So I'll probably play a bunch of indie games. Like Dredge comes out this week. I'm very excited for Dredge. So you go down to twitch.tv/patstaresat for Dredge. Probably some other stuff. Like the Sifu Arena update is this week as well.
Can I mention something? I completely forgot. Are we going to talk about Street Fighter at all today?
What about Street Fighter?
By all means, go into it.
Okay, but there's nothing like on the docket Street Fighter related, because I was gonna try to like slip this in there then, but I don't. If there isn't, I'll just say it now.
I mean, not necessarily. There was some cool dev matches that we finally got some footage of,
Okay.
like, the characters, but I wasn't necessarily going to go into it too much.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll just say my thing. I totally
Please.
forgot about this, but on April 7th, which is when Mercenaries comes out, I'm not gonna be able to play it. I will be on the Capcom stream, the Capcom Fighters stream for Metro City Academy,
Nice.
learning how to play
Hey,
Jury.
good for you.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's been announced, so I could say it, and I'm excited. So yeah,
Congrats. Very cool.
That's coming soon. Thank you, appreciate it.
What about you, Wooly? What's been going on with you?
So, yeah, as of pretty much right now, if you check out on MultiVersus, the first episode of FF9 just dropped. So, MultiVersus Final Fantasy 9, we're doing it. And it is the Moguri mod. So, that is the PC version that's had lots of improvements done, where they had, like, for example, full widescreen backgrounds, high res, just visual improvements top to bottom, and I'm blown away by how gorgeous it looks. It's so pretty. I just, every time they enter an environment where, like, it used to be like a really cluttered city, or just like an interior of, like, you know, where like some of the buildings and such, like, you can just see how I saw there's like one model in the beginning of like a town, and you can just feel how blurry it used to be. You know, it used to, I can just feel in my soul, this used to be a blob JPEG, and, like, it's now this crisp image that's really detailed. And, like, yeah, overall, just amazing kudos to the Moguri mod, like, for making that game look beautiful. And it also has an orchestrated soundtrack, which is not the original, so some people made it very clear that they you know, the original is the preferred way to go.
You mean the people that are saying that in the chat right now?
I didn't notice it when I started because I was playing the game, but apparently when it, for the first hour or two, people were being violently aggressive about the music, which we switched over, and it was like, yeah, no, I can hear that this sounds pretty cool. Like, it does sound good. The whole thing, though, as well, is kind of like, last time I uploaded FF6 parts to YouTube, the music got us in trouble. So yeah. I don't want to enter into that with this Let's Play as well, if I can avoid it. So, like, we're testing it, and right now it seems like they're being just as aggressive about it too. So, like,
wait, the music is getting you?
Music is getting claimed, yeah.
Content ID, man. It's a fucking PlayStation game from, like, 2000 or whatever. Like,
videos get demonetized, all that stuff gets flagged, you know.
Wow, I didn't know that.
So
that's really good to know, though.
I mean, it helps that, like, the way I record, you know, like, I have the stream, and then I have the game feed, and then my audio all separate from each other, so that in those moments we can replace the game feed with something else, you know. But
yeah, for sure.
But it made it really rough for FF6, and so quick test upload, took a look, and, like, yeah, we're getting the same kinds of stuff with this for 9 as well. And even some of the orchestral music, even, which is odd, because it's like, I think it's not just Square content IDing, it's like anyone who wants to click the button to pretend it's theirs or whatever, right? So so anyways, all this to say, we're going to try to play with original music as much as we can, but for the stuff that's really, really aggressive, like, we're not going to be able to keep it on. And I kind of knew this going in, to be honest. It's a Final Fantasy game. It's to be expected to some degree. But yeah, just so you know, there's no streamer mode for FF9. We're not going to click a hi-fi rush button, unfortunately. But yeah.
I'd love to make videos on those games at some point on my channel, so I didn't actually know that was, like, a thing that can happen.
It would be nice if it wasn't. Yeah. And again, it's not even the ones where it's official. It's like there's a bunch of unofficial ones that get claimed as well, you know.
Yeah. That's so lame.
Whoever uploads it first can just pretend it's theirs, you know.
It's mine.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And it's up to them to decide whether or not your counterclaim is viable.
Exactly. So when we played Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, the intro to Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, the music from that intro, apparently owned by some shitty fucking 90s era punk band or whatever, whatever garbage fucking thing it was, and, like, they claim everybody who uploads anything from Thousand-Year Door that plays that intro, because they took the opening notes of it and put it in their music, and now they own it, right? So anyways, you made this, I made this. Yeah, exactly. So but all this aside, FF9, yeah, it's really it's not surprising that it starts in a very traditional way, and it feels like, I was calling it, like, the final gooch, because it's like, this is the you know, the era of it's the final gooch. Christ. Right? Because it's not actually, but it's like the era of the hot boys has come, right? And Cloud and Squall have hit, and everybody gave them rave reviews, and now you're going to come back and follow that up with an aggressive return to form.
Yes.
You're making a statement. You know what I mean? You are trying to say something. You're like, no. We want to do this the old school way. And then after this, it's going to be Hot Boys forever. Hot Boys and summons till the cows come home, you know? And I feel
and
like
ridiculous swords. Too.
Yeah.
Just the most ridiculous looking swords.
Yeah, gun swords and giant buster swords and
Water sword.
Yeah,
Like,
and again, once you open the fucking the box on that, you can't put it back in. Like there is a look to what Final Fantasy is these days, but FF9 aggressively being like, no, look at these little goofy goobers here with the art style and everything. It's really charming. And it's not just the art style, but it's also like the fact that they have the game starts with the airship pulling up to a castle, you know, where you're like, right, like 7 and 8 definitely were like, we're moving towards that more modern sci-fi element, you know, tech and such. And in this case, you're just like, no, here's like an old ass fucking airship and an old ass castle, and there's a princess. And it's Garnet of Tifa Renoa, take 3,
Yes.
whatever the case.
Yeah, the whole thing feels like, hey, what if we made FF4 again, kinda, but newer?
Yeah.
Um,
It's got a lot. 9 has a lot of those like little hallmarks from 1 through 6, and it just like it all like feels good.
yeah,
Like,
and
this-
like a lot
this
of
feels right.
it's so what's interesting too is like, you know, you're meeting the races and such, and it feels as well, it's like, oh, this is the world that Moogles come from, where there's
Yeah.
a little hippo person standing right there, and you know, like I've got a tail, and there's just all kinds of creatures just hanging out. And it's also the world that like, well, I mean, because FF14 obviously has a bunch of different races, but like you've got the large humanoid races, and then you've got the potatoes, right? So
Yeah.
it feels like the world the potatoes come from, whereas the rest are doing their, you know,
Oh
more
yeah, for
modern
sure.
FF
Like
thing.
when you see Vivi the first time, and you're
Mhm.
like, Black Mage. That is a literal Black Mage. Just
Wearing
That's
the colors.
Sprite given 3D form.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's beautiful. Like, I
Walking
love it.
around blue robe, got the hat, everything's
Yeah.
and yeah, I was always like, Vivi always looked cool. Reminded me a lot of like I said, Orkro from He-Man, right? And the FF1, of course, Black Mage. But I was like, what's his vibe? What's the deal? And it's like, oh, this is a 9-year-old kid that's just like, I'm sorry, it's okay. And then, like, please don't worry about me. And then he's going to cast the strongest fucking spell and waste whatever's coming at you. And I'm like, this kid's the best immediately.
Yeah.
What if
That-
this precocious 9-year-old child had a gun?
Right? And was really conscientious, you know? And then
Yeah.
here comes the big knight, Steiner, princess, right?
Yeah,
As
it's
he's
super classic.
walking off of the storybook page into the game, and you're like, oh, okay, he's probably gonna be like, oh, fucking magic, I hate it. And he's actually like, oh, Vivi, hey, Master Vivi, you're the best. You're awesome. I hope you're okay. Fuck this stupid, weird tailed creature, but you're cool, you know? And they're like, oh, the knight wants to protect the mage. That's awesome. You know? So
yeah.
they have a little fun thing.
This is your
and-
first playthrough?
First time. Yeah.
Oh my god, I almost said some things.
Yeah, I
while
know,
we were
right?
talking. I
Oh,
was just like,
okay.
holy shit. Oh my god, I forgot.
Well, nice catch. Thank you.
And then
Yeah,
there's the other
yes.
party
Can we put-
members.
Well, I was gonna say, can we put fucking emote mode on you?
No.
Yeah.
No, but yeah. So and then you have the other party members. You've got so it wasn't said in episode, but I do believe an upcoming title for maybe part 3 or 4 is Rufy Goku is here to protect girls.
Yeah.
Because here comes Rufy Goku. Hey, I know. It's fine. It's a joke. Relax, everybody. No, but it is kind of funny because they're like, we're going to go kidnap the princess. That's what we're doing. And it's like, all right, how do we do it? And it's like, all right, Zidane, slip this in her drink.
God.
And I'm like, say what now? And she's like, no, it's okay. I want it to be kidnapped. Don't worry about it. You're like, oh, okay, well, I guess if you're down, And
So you throw the whole glass with the roofie in it. You just fucking, okay, yeah.
Hey, come on board. Right along, right this way.
Right off the balcony.
Right, and she's wearing the white mage hood, of course,
Yeah.
But Steiner, rightfully concerned, and about this fucking child who was about to like roofie the princess, and then interestingly too, like again, you want to establish the classic vibes, old school town, old school princess, old school everything set up with the flying ship, and then you go right into like what would be like the opera section of FF6, like you go right into like, oh, we're on stage and we have to like play while like doing our heist and stuff. So, little classic fantasy hijinks as well. And then you take a detour to Evil Forest. And it's like I can practically see like the loading screens being replaced with pages turning, but definitely I'm liking what they're doing so far. And yeah, it does feel like, knowing where everything FF related goes from here on out, it does feel like an aggressive return to form, for one last dance in this kind of style.
One last gooch.
Mm-hmm. One last gooch.
So I don't remember 100%, but like the reality of how you're describing this is so strange, because you're in 2023 playing a game that in the year 2000 was, let's make a game from yesteryear, referring to games from the early 90s. And like, you're so far out of the context of that time. But I do remember them showing off 9, 10, and 11 all in a row, and be like, to soften how weird and futury 10 looked and how online 11 looked. They're like, but guys, don't worry, we're gonna give you an old-fashioned one now, and then you'll get that new weird stuff later.
But I remember that, at least with my friends at the time, that 10 was seen as like the real sequel to 7 and 8, because it was leaning more towards the realism and
voice acting.
And voice that, of course, but like it was going towards that style, which for what especially like some of my friends at the time were like, what is the most realistic looking game? That's the one I want to play. That's what matters. Look how serious this game is, And the opening to 10 was one of those cutscenes where they're like, holy shit, Square on the level of like Blizzard with their 3D FMVs, so 9 being like such a weird little thing was akin to Wind Waker, right?
Yeah.
It was one of those like it was, and
I was
like,
gonna bring that up. Yeah.
And you remember how Wind Waker went down when that got announced?
Yeah. Not good.
People fucking hated it,
Yeah.
Especially because the Space World demo set expectations up for something like, an even more serious, realistic Ocarina.
That was such a mistake, retroactively.
I mean,
Totally.
I don't think the reception would have been like that much better, but the expectations set up a fall, because people really thought they were going to get that Link walking down to the basement fighting Ganondorf in Space World demo look. And retroactively now we're like, oh yeah, Wind Waker's awesome. That was a great creative decision at the time. What a charming game. Everything's cool. But it was an era where you just couldn't be serious enough, Top 10 most serious games. So So it's fun to be going through this and kind of feel that vibe, knowing what's before and what's after it. And you
And
know,
how weird is it? I wanted to ask you, like, how weird is it that like since then we haven't really had that? Maybe like you could say like 14 a little bit has like a
14
bit of that
is
that
highly
vibe for sure.
explicitly like that.
Yeah.
so 14,
Like
my impression of 14 is that it's like, because there's so much customization, it's that plus the other stuff that FF is more known for, right? And that
Well,
currently.
the way that they tend to break it down in 14 is that art style and reality are going to depend on like expansion, but more region.
Mm-hmm.
So like when you're playing Heaven's Word, tons of dragoons, tons of dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lot
Yeah,
of like
yeah, yeah.
there's a lot of influence from there. Then you have raids that are just straight up Final Fantasy Tactics locations. It's a lot of
Yeah,
greatest
you
hits,
go to
but it's
Ivalice.
definitely going for like 4, 5, 9
yeah.
in
Yeah.
generality. And then this place will be all futury, like the futury parts of Final Fantasy 8 or so on and so forth.
I mean, I feel like at least by the point we're at now with A Realm Reborn and all these expansions, that it's really just FF Omni. Like all parts have been represented, all styles, all things. It's such a massive thing that it's kind of just like Final Fantasy history celebration. So whatever you recognize is going to be represented in this way, you know.
One of the weirdest things that happened with 9, because you were describing like the the seriousness. So you had FF7, which was still Popeyes, but hey, human people in cutscenes and in battle, right?
Yep.
And then you had Final Fantasy 8, and they were like, fucking humans. We're doing humans now.
Yes.
They're like
We drive
6
cars.
feet tall.
Like,
They have legs and shit. This is what we're doing from now on. And then FF9 comes out, and you're like, never mind.
So
Back to freaks.
so this is what I kind of feel like happened, and this is out of my ass, but I feel like Final Fantasy 1 through 6 exist where you've got these cute little chibi sprites walking around the world, and then you get into fight with artwork.
Yeah.
Concept art pops
Totally.
off the page and starts throwing shit at you. And I feel like those two worlds, this row of shibis and this beautiful boss, have split. And the row of shibis came back for 9, but this beautiful realistic art went on to be the rest of Final Fantasy.
Yeah,
You
because
know?
it's this thing of like, if they're making it in 86 to 1990, like, did they really want to have like tiny little adorable people, or is that what the best they could get away with on the Nintendo?
Right. But look at this amazing monster, right? When you're fighting, you're going through Sabin's backstory, and then you go to the mountain and you fight his master, and then his master just turns into a fully detailed kung fu man, you know, and you're like, oh, this is what little Sabin's supposed to be, you know, inside my head, but instead it's this little fucking dude with the ponytail going.
Yeah, if they could get away with it, every single character would be a fully animated version of the Amano art.
Right.
But they can't. There's no
Right.
way to do that. The Super Nintendo would fucking explode.
So this is what it is, right? You just.
Can I just say I always used to love that, like, as a kid, because I played like back on PS1 like Final Fantasy anthologies, you know, which was 1 and 2, but like kind of prettied up. The gameplay balance in those was like pretty fucked, according to, you know, super fans online that know like all the minutia. But I always loved that, where it was like, because as a child essentially at the time, like, I identified with those tiny little baby sprites, like going up against like a nightmare concept art, because it was like, holy shit, like, you're growing up and like you're going out into the real world, and the real world is scary, you know? So like,
Okay.
I always fucking loved that like dynamic of like the two worlds of art.
Cool.
You know, like going against each other.
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring that up. Completely off topic, but
No, but that's a cool thought, because I mean, fucking, like a character as innocent looking as Ness staring down the, you know what I mean, the like Earth, the creatures in Earthbound and shit. It's like, yeah, the little bit of that, like the scary outside world imagery comes to mind.
You're very right about that, like with the like crazy concept art going off into like the realistic zone, because like FF8 is like has so much of that. Like, do you guys remember when you're on the train and then you have to get what's his face, the leader of so and he like
President of Galbadia?
mutates? Yeah, I was like, I didn't want to say it because I don't know how to say the Final Fantasy names out loud. But he turns into like
they're
a
stupid.
fucking
Don't worry about it.
zombie. He turns into like a zombie monster.
Yeah, for no
with, like,
fucking
blood and
reason
gore.
at all.
Yeah, and you're like, holy shit, what's happening?
And like not only that, but like you look at as well, like the way summons were in the original, like in the older Sprite games, and then the way they're represented again in something like 8. You know, like they're just these unbelievable classical works of art. You know,
Yeah.
so there's just a real deliberate choice to that, and but that world exists while the Moogles are jumping around and the Chocobos are going, Wah! You know. So
Yeah.
I remember at the time I played Crystal Chronicles, like right for to whoever wants to fucking reset the clock on that, and that game as well went for that sort of 9 art style and proportion. You know.
Yeah.
But
totally.
anyway, it's a fun little romp so far, and I do appreciate that. Like also really early, we got double techs immediately. So you got yo Vivi, do a flame sword, right? Let's get that Chrono Trigger box art going right away, like minute 30. And I love me a good double tech, so that's fun. Otherwise, pretty straightforward battle system as well. You know, learning skills attached to armor is you know, a little bit of a twist to it, but not much
It's
because
the most straightforward.
it's
battle,
just
like it's dead on.
it's like learning your summons. It's the same kind of or magic, you know, in 6. So not much to that. The Moguri mod does enable the ability to do like a turn-based mode, which is kind of interesting, where it essentially makes it so that the wait time between ATB is gone, and you just act as soon as the next turn is done. You know, so you kind of get like a much more old school RPG wait vibe to it. But I did read that it messes up a couple fights, so I might just like switch that off. But I was just testing stuff out with it. But overall, yeah, fun start. Trying to find the voices for each of these characters as we're you know, like kind of reading out their lines and such. And right now, it's all about Vivi. We can see whatever else the story's gonna cover and wherever else we're going, but I don't give much of a fuck. It's about that kid right there. I want to see what's next for him.
Vivi's the best.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just thinking
I have,
about
I have
what you
a
were.
Vivi hidden back there.
Oh,
somewhere.
His hat. Yeah, his hat.
I see it.
I'm just thinking about the way that we were just talking about the description of like your serious, or I'm going to say human shaped Final Fantasy games versus like the more fantastical chibi settings. And like I think the strangest thing about FF16 is that it is the first one ever that's both. It's the serious human looking people in the fantasy setting. Like all the realistic human being ones have all been in the pseudo future.
Yeah.
The ones that have like fantastical technology instead of mostly magic.
Because even 12, like you think it's gonna be like that, but then it's like super cyberpunk sci-fi fortress in the sky.
That's
type
it.
of
Like,
thing.
is it gonna lean more fantasy or sci-fi, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of the
where
the
there's
more
like, where there's like security laser grids and stuff, and you're like, how does this work? Like, what's going on?
15 had its moments of like, you know, Noctis being in like castle-like areas and fantasy type things, but you're pushing a car around and you're driving like.
I think that 15's decision to take place in like Texas was a mistake.
It's
like,
here. It's where I live. Like, it's in Vegas.
It's, like Final Fantasy looks just like, well, I'm driving a car with my bros. We're gonna go to the gas station and then fight a turtle. I don't know, man. I don't think that setting worked at all.
You know what fucking sucks about 15? When you play that game for like hours and it's Texas, and then it's like, oh, now I'm in like one forest. But it's like, oh, now I'm going to Altissia and I'm in like Italy. But then you take the train and then you see Tenebrae, which is which is the most concept art Final Fantasy massive castle off in the distance,
And then you
you
drive right
cannot
past
go.
it.
You cannot go to it. Like it's off in the distance, and that's it.
It isn't like I didn't. Here's the thing: I didn't beat it. Right, I stopped before Altissia.
Yeah.
So for me, I just got that open field in the car, and I didn't mind it. But it was definitely like the vibe they want to go for is we're on a road trip. And this is what a road trip feels like. And then we pull off into Little Italy, like you mentioned, and then we're getting back on the road, and there's a gas station, and there's a little fucking 7-Eleven, and we're gonna, you know? And so, like, I got on board with the idea of the road trip, and then, oh, let's get off at this exit and run out into the field and fight a fucking monster out there.
Totally.
And then get back to the car. You know,
so I completely understand, and I was also super down with that. But my issue was that when I wanted to play a Final Fantasy game about a road trip, I wanted my boys to be in the car having a road trip through what looked like a Final Fantasy setting.
I see.
Instead, they're having a road trip through the area like 10 miles from my fucking house.
Yeah.
Like it just looks like it looks like they might as well be on the fucking 401 from Montreal to Toronto for as interesting as most of that scenery is.
Well, it's almost like inspired by a road trip the team went on, you know, probably, and just went like, hey, how cool would it be to like go take a piss and then fight a fucking dragon and level up and then get back in the car, you know? Yeah, it is but I got that vibe from it, and once I understood that's the vibe it was going for, I was okay with it. But it would definitely have been a ton of fun to see that through a much more fantastical wild setting. There's a did you watch God, what was it called? The Midnight the Duncan Trussell animation with Pendleton Ward. No,
I do not know what you're talking
Adventure
about.
Time creator and Duncan Trussell, they worked on a thing together, a project. It was really cool. And there's an episode of it where they're like going on a trip. They're they're like riding a carriage through this insane setting, you know, but it's like the setting is just kind of background, and occasionally things get in the way, but really these characters are just having a conversation as they just ride the carriage through this world of madness. And like there's something to that idea that like you can see executed in that episode. The Midnight Gospel is what it's called, I just remembered. Of like, yeah, if you look out the window and you see like fucking Bahamut just, you know, like blowing some shit up over there, and you're like, oh shit, okay, wind that window up, like let's you know, like there's something to that.
Yeah, that's what 15 should have been, of just
right.
like
yeah
there's Diamond Weapon, like cool,
just right over there in the marsh, you know. But no, good start to 9 so far.
I'm very happy for you. 9 is one of my faves. So
yeah, it's a great game.
Yeah.
Oh, I did want to comment on something. I don't know if you've ever seen it, Bully, or even Pat, but like Dissidia NT does the weirdo thing where they take a Zidane and make him a human proportion
realistic
Final Fantasy boy. Yeah.
Oh, let me
it's a
see
little
this.
weird. It's a little weird. Like
wow. Okay.
Dissidia NT is like the worst thing ever. Mentioning that hurt me in my chest.
Whoa, look at him go.
That game is like wasted potential. The definition of wasted potential.
Oh, what if FF9 was actually, what if we went for another pretty boy? Yeah. Look at him. That's so interesting. This could, they could have made him fall right in line with Cloud and Squall.
Dissidia NT does a lot of weird things because like you should look up Ramza too, what he looks like, because you're like, wow, that is
Ramza
not
looks like a adorable pretty little girl.
An adorable pretty little girl. I was like, that is not what I imagined.
That is
in my mind.
They translated the art style directly, and it's like, oh wow, Rams is really pretty.
Yeah, like super cute. I was like, what? Like,
also, I'm overjoyed to see the return of the trance system. That's a bit of a joke because the trans system in 6, I had some struggles understanding how it worked initially. It's now here to replace limit breaks, and I think I get it after reading that little Moogle tutorial about it. But the idea of everyone having a Terra-like trance is kind of nuts. I was like,
it's super cool until you realize you have absolutely no control over when it turns on at all.
Well, because it just fills up and pops, and then you got to use it, and then
you have no control. You would hope that it would pop for a boss fight, but no, it's going to pop the fight right before the boss fight.
Yeah.
So this is what we were kind of questioning. I was kind of like, will I be able to use this like a limit break strategically?
No.
Okay.
You'll use it when the game tells you that your character glows pretty.
Yeah, I love it as a lore thing for Terra. I don't know about gameplay implications here, but we'll see.
Wooly, are you playing a version of this game that has like you can skip the battles and stuff, or no? Or is it just like you do every single like?
No, there are cheats available on the PC versions, so all Square FF games have a skip battles button if you want to press it. Gotcha. But I'm not pressing that button.
Don't press
no. But I did get the okay from the universe to put steal rate to 100% because it's just a slog otherwise.
You know what? I'm going to tell you right now, somebody who's played through every single one of those games, no, fucking, oh my God, just fucking turn it on.
Wasting turns going for a steal over and over.
It's like you play like FF10 too, and you're like, okay, Riku, you are canonically a warrior or something. You are not a thief. I don't care. Like, you are switching your whole, like, job right now. Like,
It's like there's no pity on the steal. Like, so if the steal's like 10%, you could sit there for like 20 fucking minutes.
Right.
Yeah, it's so bad.
No, and that's my thought on it is like, I'm not going to jeopardize the fight to waste turn stealing when I need to do other things. So yeah, I'll probably throw that on. So yeah, that just started. And other thing of note, so I joined Chip and Ironicus on their podcast, Dogs Must Die, a Jojo podcast, to talk about the end of Stone Ocean. They just wrapped up with the finale because Stone Ocean is as we know it finishes off this chunk of JoJo, and we just kind of had a fun little chat about what the fuck was happening, and that is the most JoJo ass moment in the animated series so far, is the way that part 6 ends. So I can understand the desire to call in someone to maybe go like, hey, do you understand what the fuck just happened there? And I kind of went, no, but I have ideas.
It went really fast.
Yes. It went very, very quickly. And so that was a fun little bit to do. And yeah, obviously, to that note, like finishing off Stone Ocean as well, it was really interesting because, so have you guys finished part 6?
I have
JoJo?
not.
No? Okay. All right.
I have only seen part 1 and 2.
Okay. No worries. Well, that's okay. I won't get into it too much, but I'll just say that something I was really worried about, or not even worried about, I was expecting, there's a huge like momentum shift that occurs with part 6 of JoJo that I remember reading, I remember being very confused by, and I remember feeling depressed by. Basically, I felt really sad about it, and I remember it took a while to kind of like have discussions and read things online and kind of go over that part a few more times, and over the years it kind of was something where I was like, okay, I see, and I think I get a better version of what happened here and what this was about. And then the more you look into it and the more people point out things that you might have missed thematically and such, there's some really great stuff that's happening there. So part 6 has like, one of my favorite protagonists, one of my favorite antagonists, one of my favorite settings. It's got like so much that I love, and then it's got like some parts that I fucking hate. It's had my favorite stand in it, right? Survivor, as I've mentioned before, but it also just has this like it has this lull in pace moment that occurs that's real like oof, and then there's just a third act that is batshit. And going over it now, watching it animated, it's so interesting because I was like curious to see how the world would kind of receive this. And watching it with Punch Mom, I remember the feeling I felt with each page turn. It felt like time was slower because you're moving at your own reading pace, and then like everything that you took in, like you digested it more. But when that happens in the span of like 2 episodes that are compressing 3 chapters per episode, so each chapter is about 10 minutes long, like you barely feel some of those beats before you're on to the next. And it's so interesting because like the thing that I felt, like there almost wasn't time to process it. For anyone who's familiar, they're almost like it moves so quickly, which, you know, like is just the nature of animation. And this part, they could have took their time and went longer with it. But, you know, the 38 episodes is what they've been kind of aiming for with other parts and all that. In the end, too, you combine that change of pace with the binge drop, which we've talked about in the past, and how that kind of killed the momentum of this part.
Oh, you mean how I have yet to watch anything from the second part because I didn't realize when it was out, and by the time it was out, everyone's talking about it because it was months ago.
There you go, right? And the same vibe, like talking on Dogs Must Die, same thing. Like they felt the same way. Everyone in the fan base that kind of went into this looking for that next part felt it. Like the hype just gets killed. And we've been over this in previous weeks, so I don't want to just
I would wake up early to fucking get the new episode the fucking day that it came out every single time for 5 fucking seasons,
right?
And we get to part 6, I'm like, oh, did it come out?
Bop bop.
No. Yes.
Right. So that momentum killer fucking sucks, and as we know, and we've been over this, but I just bring it up again to say that this time around it's especially weird because even if that was not happening, the pacing would have been so accelerated and nuts as this ended. And this just adds a layer of like, oh my God, you really don't have a chance to feel any of these little like, little beats happening, you know, because you're just on to the next. Like, if you think about like, well, no, I won't even get into the end of Stardust Crusaders, but just, you know, each of these parts of JoJo, every part of JoJo, the end just starts throwing shit real quick. Like powers start changing, the setting, the world, what's happening, the stakes, everything starts
I really want to finish this up. I want to move on to the next one. I want to fly to Hawaii and chill.
Or whatever. Well, before that, actually, we got other things to do. Let's get on old Bessie over here. Or start picking at your nails. God, I don't know what they're gonna do. Anyway, so all this to say, just like 6 animated, the ending doesn't hit. It doesn't hurt as much because of how fast it goes, and you're just kind of left with the emotional tones, which overall, you know, it are to the positive, but like, when you read it back in the day, there was this real slow, bitter sweetness to it that you're left with, you know, a real like melancholy, but like, okay, yeah, I get it, you know, we got here, the journey's over, and that just kind of blows right by, you know. Anyways, it's an interesting thing to note, and I thought that people were gonna head into a dark age of JoJo after this, but it seems like no, not quite. But shout outs to David Production as well, because like, you know, they as they bring this part to a close and they kind of like wrap up the promise of the first Sonochino Sadame intro, the first thing you see is Jolene, You know, the promise to do at least 6 parts of this thing. They did it, you know, and they gave it the proper send off. And like, I was talking to Reggie about, like, we were like, because he just watched Berserk 97 for the first time, and he's read it, but like, just watching it, and you're like, yeah, could this ever happen? You know, and I'm like, well, you have to realize that Berserk had its shot then, and that was, you know, old, but it was a good show. And then they had those great movies, and then you had 2016, which we don't fucking talk about. Nope. And the problem is, it doesn't matter how awesome the story is. You need a team like David Production that's willing to dedicate 20 years of their life to this project. It's an insane thing to ask a super talented studio to just work on one thing for the next decade and then some, right? To take us into part 9, that's another 10. So Berserk would need that level of dedication from some amazing talented studio out there to finally do it justice, you know?
I'm just thinking, as you're describing this, of like, you know, the Jojo originally started in 2012, the anime adaptation. And I'm just thinking of like 2010, 2011, walking up to a bunch of dudes at AV Productions, like, listen, want an animation team to take care of the JoJo franchise? We'll do part 1, and then part 1 does well, we'll do all of them, right? So are you folks ready to sit down and work on this for 20 years so that in 2024 everyone on 2chan can yell at you about how ugly the CG horses are?
I can't wait. I'll get my pencil right away. Yeah. You know, it is definitely like a wild thing to ask of a talented studio. And, you know, Berserk absolutely deserves it and more. It deserves all the accolades and all the, you know, the dedication to getting that shit right. But you just have to realize what you're asking of the team that has to take that project on, you know? Anyways, so go check it out. Dogs Must Die. I think it's episode 90. Yeah, fun little chat.
I was gonna ask, how many adaptations of the Golden Age arc are there? Like, is that just it?
2?
Oh, was it
Is there only 2?
Yeah. Not counting video games.
Okay.
Well, video games don't tend to even touch on the Golden Age much because it's all human beings.
Well, the Buso game did, if I remember correctly.
Did it?
I want to say it did.
I forgot about that game because that game is trash.
Okay.
Yeah.
I played it for like an hour and was like, oh yeah, okay. I'm gonna press these same buttons over and over again.
You know the deal, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, go check that all out over on WoolyVersus, as well on WoolyVersus The Algorithm, second channel with the shorts. We just released WoolyVersus Whatever, the slop of an average human mother. Good.
Wow, that's
good times, good stuff. Yep, Reggie put in his hours. Yeah, he went to work. So yeah, all of that continues as this Mass Effect.
Is that where is that the clip in which he floats the idea of an ill-fated cringe off with my wife?
He floats the idea. That's yeah. He puts it into the ether, and then I think I grabbed it and shoved it back in his mouth, like just you know. Indeed. Yeah. So no, those are going to be dropping. We got some other shorts coming your way as well. And yeah, this week. I've got a lot going on with the research program that I'm in with this this whole diabetes program.
Well, I gotta ask, when you're done with this, are you going to be some kind of more than regular human? Because you just described it as a research project.
It is a research project. There are people with clipboards standing next to me on the treadmill. Like, it's happening. It's kind of interesting.
You feel like it can't be that bad, and you're talking to a scientist and with a clipboard?
No, it does. It's kind of like, yeah, we can rebuild him stronger and faster, you know, but we don't want to spend the money. So we're doing it this way in the meantime. And there's also a little bit of, I guess it's like, hey, can you take a couple weeks of drinking nothing but like fucking protein slop? If so, then we can invest our time in you, you know.
Yuck.
So yeah, that continues to occur.
I can't wait for the end of this journey. Is just like, okay, so we're gonna inject this into you.
I mean, fingers crossed. The end of the journey is I get to be hot, and that would be cool. So let's see where
There's
we
just gonna
go.
be a podcast randomly where like it fades in and then you just have like a whole Kano eye, like and you're all like cybernetic.
I mean, it's like, yeah, we'll see where this goes, you know. But like, there is, I remember one time, like I was on the phone with like the dietitian they assign you, and like while I was on the phone, I got an incoming third call from like the doctor in the program who also had a scheduled meeting at the same time, and I'm like, this is insanity. Guys, you have to talk to each other. You have to coordinate. Like, I can't, you know. And I'm like, hold on, I'll call you back. And I'm getting on the phone to talk about, and it's just, it's fucking wild, right? So all of that is overlapping, and all that to say that, yeah, probably won't get a chance to jump on stream this week, but the parts will continue to flow as we've recorded them. But yeah, the end of this program, you know, it's gonna take some time. It's gonna run for a couple months, man. But so far so good, you know.
Yeah, so far so good. You look good.
Thank you.
It's just like a man with a clipboard examining you as you eat the slop that the scientist has created. Just has like a real fucking tone to it.
Well, I'm not concerned until the scientist is standing in the next room behind protective glass. So far, they're right next to me, so we're all good. But if they ever are like, okay, this time we're gonna be back here, but we're over here. Don't worry. Holler if you need us. Click clunk.
I can't think of anything that would be more threatening that could realistically occur other than you asking what something is for and being told don't worry about it.
The details aren't important.
Don't. It's fine. Yeah. But no, all in the end, it's all worth it. All worth it. So yeah, that's the state of affairs.
It's gonna be weird living in a world with where you look like Giga Chad, though, right?
Man, I don't know about that, but if I start uploading black and white photos and then just like taking angles of me, right, doing the pose, like yeah, no. Either that or just start JoJo posing casually more often, you know, just start doing it.
That's what I do, you know.
Yeah. I do it like every time people want to take photos, it happens anyway, but just doing it for me now.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
So. All right. Yeah, so I got to use the bathroom again. That's another part of the program is the level of fucking hydration and yada yada. So, BRB, and we'll get into what's going on. All right?
Okay.
Alrighty. Yeah. So, incidentally, I heard, I read a review and I heard that some folks are enjoying Bayonetta Origins. Apparently, there's some similarities to the way it plays in like It Takes Two, is what I saw.
Really?
Yeah, I saw like a comparison to that, and that the puzzles are kind of fun, and that it has like young Jean walking around doing stuff that like she's running around helping you, and yeah, some folks are saying that it is a surprisingly fun follow up to 3, and that could be interesting. So I look forward to finding out what's going on there.
I have heard one thing about that game, and it is something I can't even talk about because it is the last thing in the game. But
Yes.
apparently the final boss sequence, like everything about that, is just fucking A+ inspired.
Okay.
Like stellar.
I'm excited. I literally have it, and I haven't played it yet, so maybe I'll play it.
Which is not something I could say about any other Bayonetta game.
From what I saw, it seems like it's like a lot of this is introducing the fairies and all that bit. So it's like, so I guess it comes a little less out of nowhere based on this. And
maybe they should have put this out before the other
Maybe they fucking should have.
But yeah, and what was it? There's the Bayo's teacher character as well that gets introduced. Morgana, I want to say, or something. Yeah. So no, It Takes Two was good, and that's a good point of comparison. Certainly, I'm interested to hear more about that.
I have a friend who's played it for a couple hours, and he was like, "It's just really great getting to do Bayonetta stuff, like do magic and demons and in the forest, and it looks like Bayonetta and not robots and toothpaste and modern day cities." And I was like, okay, that's a really great step in the right direction.
And then there's the meme that was, I believe, Kamiya posting, play Bayonetta Origins, find Cereza cute, want to have a daughter like her, go make one, birthing crisis solved.
That's it. They solved it. That logic only makes sense if they admit their own complicity in the birth rate crisis by making a sexy digital wife to lust after instead of your regular human wife.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're actually back to zero, because
Yeah.
if they make you want to go and have your own kid, they're just undoing the damage of a digital waifu.
all you people attracted to tall giraffe brunettes. No, you got to have kids with real people.
Something. Bayonetters.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Every single podcast I'm
To
on
save-
is gonna have the word Bayonetter in the title.
It's so bad.
to save the future this time, for posterity's sake.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Bayonet to save. All right, look, what's going on?
No, stop workshopping it. Come on.
No workshop. Sponsors, actually.
I love sponsors.
I'll turn my microphone off for this part so I don't say anything stupid.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, please do. Thank you.
It's fine. This week the podcast is sponsored by HelloFresh, and you know the deal. It's food, folks. Food's important, but it's especially nice when it can be brought to you, healthy food, that is, good food, straight to your door, and when you can make cooking easy, fun, and affordable. Right? You gotta eat.
I've used HelloFresh, and it was fast and easy, and I ate the food, and I was happy.
There you go. Looking at the little card that follows the instructions for you, you got real simple. Like, I don't think they've ever gone above like 4 or 5 steps tops. It's like, open the package, apply heat, wait, put it on a plate, get a fork, you know?
It maybe move it around a little so it looks all fancy, but that's to taste.
You know, it's all the same in here, really. So, in the meantime, though, you can definitely get yourself a ton of different options. HelloFresh is delivering over 40 weekly recipes to choose from for different occasions, preferences. Of course, you can take your pick if you want to get soy glazed salmon. I'm doing the fish kick recently because that's the healthy meals are being reintroduced alongside my protein.
You got to mock the fish by using a term they can't actually reciprocate due to their not having any legs.
Or facial expressions.
Fish, do they?
No, they're perpetually shocked. They can't really be shamed, or you can shame them, but they're not really
gonna shame a fish.
You can shame anything really if you try hard enough, but I don't think the fish is gonna display any signs that it really minds. You know. What?
Except for a blobfish. A blobfish, they always look really upset.
But, okay, no, but here's the thing, Susie. They don't. Because it turns out that the blobfish only looks that way because that's what it looks like when you take it from the deep ocean and violently pull it up to the top, and the water pressure changes and it becomes this gross, weird blob thing. But in its actual natural state, deep in the deep ocean, it looks completely different. It's much more majestic.
And listen, with all the time that you're going to save cooking HelloFresh instead of botching your own meals, you could spend time looking up interesting facts like that instead.
We are the problem with the blobfish. It's because we have to rip it out of its environment to look at it, and you see how it fucking gets all weird, but it looks totally different when you don't do that. It's kind of amazing. But
it actually does. It looks really cool, actually.
Right? The folly of man.
Like a sad guy.
Look at that. Look at that. It's amazing.
What do I know?
But only half as amazing as HelloFresh when delivered straight to your door. As you go through tons of options, you can get yourself Protein Smart. You can get yourself vegetarian if you'd like that. You can get yourself regular balanced for 2, for 4. You know, tons of options, and you can customize them week to week. You can add extra sides. You can add extra proteins. Whatever your preference is, you've got lots of options. And again, it comes in fresh at your door with little cooling packs right under the box to keep everything good to go. So yeah, it doesn't taste like it's been sitting in plastic, processed for weeks, if not months, right? There you go. Mankind we can fuck up by trying to pull a blobfish out of its environment, but but if you damn it, okay, look, just HelloFresh, go to hellofresh.com/superbeast60 and use code superbeast60 for 60% off plus free shipping. That's hellofresh.com/superbeast60 and you use code superbeast60 for 60% off plus free shipping. That is America's #1 meal kit. Don't eat a blobfish.
Your HelloFresh will not come with a blobfish. I can guarantee you this.
No.
Wait, what about Hello Fish?
That is not the same company, and you need to stop. Please hit that mute button again. Thank you, HelloFresh. You had one job.
You briefly mentioned the blobfish, and then you just fucking tiraded the fuck out of here off the ad. That was on you.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's fine. Let her cook. Cook the blobfish. No, that's it. That's all we got for the week. So let's get out of here.
Hey, what's new this week?
How about this? Instead of your game shutting down prematurely, how about we just shut down for at least 6 months, and then come back next year, and then call the period of time that you played an open beta.
Are you talking about Fighting Game of the Year 2022?
MultiVersus. I mean, there is some hustle to it that you have to kind of admire, the idea of being like, glad everybody enjoyed the open beta. Glad you enjoyed it. As we always knew, that was a great, successful test. We're going to be bringing this thing back inside the oven for a bit, and we'll be releasing the final release in next year in 2024. Sure hope you didn't spend any money on anything recently for the upcoming season, because there will be none.
They did say that it was an open beta. They said the open beta will start, and then they ran it for like, how long's it been going? Like 8 months?
They ran it not for 8 months. It's been shorter than that, but it's at least.
How long has it been?
Let's find out. But they ran it long enough that people spent money on cosmetics and
July of last
passes.
year, so that's the 7th month, so it was 5 months, and it's March, so 8 months.
Oh shit, there you go. Okay, yeah.
So 8 months, and when something's an open beta for more than 2 weeks, people are like, oh, so then it'll just become version 1.0.
Well, you expect it to roll into the final version, right? That's the thing. You expect it to just be like, yeah, here you go, right? I think ultimately, if like whatever is happening in terms of like the downtime, it's gonna go back to change things or so before it gets re-released again. I wonder if performance and like it staying open long enough for it to like experience a dip in popularity and such. Like, I wonder if that's part of, what we're looking at here. It feels almost like probably they're like, okay,
I was thinking that, so I looked it up. What do you think their average player count for the last 30 days has been?
500?
527.
Bam.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very close.
First of all, wow, actually, yeah. That was a great fucking guess.
Thank you. Yeah.
Second of all, what's more interesting is that December was 1,200, January was 951, February was 735, and now in March it's 527.
Yeah.
Wasn't this game like the biggest thing when it first came out?
It was massive.
When it dropped, it was a huge, like, oh, this is a free Smash game, and it's going to have meme characters like LeBron James. So this is destined to be huge, sure. I would say that it continued to be, because it also had a really interesting 2v2 full cross-platform bit to it. It had a lot going for it, and it does have a lot going for it. But as with anything that approaches the genre, there's going to be a fade off, a fall off. There's going to be an interest drop, and I think in this case, ultimately going down for 6 months to work on the game and bring it back up and add more to like ensure its longevity is not a bad thing. It's better than Rumbleverse, which unceremoniously was supposed to end at the end of the month and then died a couple days before that, even due to technical shit, because just like getting caned off stage, like old school.
Yeah.
I'm digging through it, and I'm like, they are gaslighting us, because the season 1 patch is called MultiVersus Season 1 Patch 1.0.
Well, there you go. Yeah. I don't think anyone felt like they were continually playing a beta up till yesterday or so, including people who, again, spent money on current stuff. So that's the main thing about this, is like it's a huge bummer for anyone that bought things with the idea that they'd be able to upgrade a season pass for the next couple of weeks or whatever the duration of time, and you're not going to get any refunds for that. When Rumbleverse went down, they gave everyone a full refund for whatever they spent. I remember checking my email, and I suddenly saw a bunch of refunds from the EGS, and I was like, oh shit, yeah, I bought a bunch of cosmetics for that game. I really wanted to support it.
Well, Wooly, they don't need to refund anything because the game's just going to be available in 9 months. So your purchases will stay until then.
They will stay. However, sometimes if you're buying something time limited for the immediate future, your hope is that you'll be able to fucking use it, right? So,
all right, let's stop being reasonable. This is bullshit.
I think if they gave you a refund, this wouldn't be anywhere near as disrespectful as it feels, right? Like if you got your money back, then it would be like, okay, well, they're pulling the game down to work on it. It'll be back when it's ready. But if I just bought some shit and I can't fucking use it at all for this period of time, then no, fuck off. Like, give them the refund. And this is something that can still change, because if Rumbleverse can refund anyone who's ever spent a dime on Rumbleverse, then there's no reason MultiVersus can't refund anybody who spent money for anything that's currently active, right? Even if you didn't want to say the entire time the game's been out, you can say, fine, anyone who spent money in the last whatever month, like period of time where the thing they purchased would be still available that they're losing, give people at least within a reasonable time frame a refund so that they didn't just spend their money on nothing.
I think I don't know if it's worse or not, but what definitely adds to the matter of my gut feeling of like, this is fucking bullshit, is that every single fucking thing that has been trotted out as like, oh, this was the plan all along to fucking liar. You're so full of shit.
Yeah. No. I think like that little flavor on it where you're like, yeah, this is absolutely, thanks for participating in the beta. Like, that's a real weird way to fucking angle it, instead of saying like, oh, we're going back to rework on the shit that
we're gonna add a throw button so that it's just Smash Brothers.
Or where we're gonna directly compete on the Switch, whatever the case is, it's just the financial angle is the main thing. That's the bit that I find is like, Rumbleverse did that right, and they didn't, and like, because
isn't this like a WB game too? Like,
yeah,
like a mega corporation.
Yep.
So what's funny about
they
it
can do
is
it.
that
they can absolutely
WB had that merger, and you remember the WB merger with Discovery had that fucking whole thing where everybody's projects got fucking killed and canceled and fucked up.
Yeah.
When that happened, Tony, the guy who the lead on a MultiVersus, came out and said, our deal predates this merger, so there's no possible issues with MultiVersus. Everything is set in stone, etc. But I bet their new deal that they made now, when they're pulling the game off the market for 9 months, it will be affected by the new WB Discovery whatever.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, there's a possibility this game just doesn't come back.
I think the fact that they announced like immediately that there's a re-release date of 2024, it said 6 months.
No, they said a release date of 2024, or maybe earlier, or maybe later.
Yeah, so minimum 6 months of shutdown is what we know, is what they're saying. It might come back with a different title for all, like who knows, but
I wouldn't be surprised if this game just disappeared.
I imagine they're going to do what they're saying here. I don't, I would hope at the very least, because it's a good game. It's a good game. It's very fun. I like the ideas. I like what it has going on. There's a lot of cool shit that they demonstrated, a willingness to kind of like, play the 2v2 angle, really unique, not just follow in the Smash footsteps, but make their own, like assist based like gameplay decisions and stuff. And I would love to see where this fully goes out, especially with that leak list, knowing that like they basically had a leak list of characters that included like Gandalf and like just full internet meme nonsense coming down the pipeline. But
did they ever put Darkwing Duck in that game?
They did not.
They did not.
Shame.
They did not. I
He'd
think
be great.
I think Black Adam and the Gremlins were the last updates.
Yeah.
But
Man, everything about leveling characters and dealing with the dailies in that game was fucking miserable. It was one of those games that, like, they'll have dailies for, like, here, earn points so you can level up your characters and blah, 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 or whatever. And all the dailies they give you are shit that sucks to do in a fight, that you'll have to go into a fight going, all right, I have to knock guys out on the top of the screen, so I'm going to try and knock everyone up on the top of the screen for 5 matches until I get it.
So, yes, everybody, Darkwing Duck is a Disney property. However, that leaked...
I just looked it up right now.
But that list included the Hulk, the Disney Marvel property, as a guest character that was going to come to the WB MultiVersus game. So
Yeah.
Disney characters was clearly not a barrier because they were already going for that.
Yeah.
Right?
I also looked it up, and I understand why I got confused, but I won't go.
But you were actually way more on than you thought, because they were clearly talking to Disney
So.
about getting characters, right? Yeah, they're willing to license. Anyways, so we'll see what the fuck happens. I don't know. I'm like, player first games did a good job with it, you know. I just think that WB obviously can be trusted as far as WB, as far as you can throw them. In this regard, do the fucking right thing, give people their money back, right?
Well,
and make this
throw a gigantic corporation at all.
Well, that's exactly it, right? Because, like, if you're like, oh, Wooly's trusting in the corp, it's like, no, I'm hoping for the best because it's a good game. I hope it comes back as a good game that we can play. If it never comes back, that would be bad. That sucks.
What if it comes back as a significantly worse game? God
damn. Thanks for the wait. Please enjoy Rumbleverse -2.
Imagine. Oh my god.
-2.
Yeah, no, there's now less characters, actually. We took them out. I just,
Yeah, your characters have energy, and if you want to play as them, you have to stop playing until the energy comes back, or pay us to get your energy back.
I think, you know, like, because the other thing Rumbleverse did right before it ended was it unlocked all cosmetics and purchasables for everybody, and then gave you all your money back, right? So it's just like, yeah, I think this announcement happened pretty much right before we went live today, and if people are like, yo, what the fuck? Where's my money? Like, hopefully they can, like, be, and also addendum, here you go. Here's a refund window or something like that.
That's not going to happen. There's no way.
Maybe if people kick up enough of a stink, you know. They got Epic to do it. That's like,
no one got Epic to do it. Epic, like, that was part of the original announcement. And like
what?
that, when Rumbleverse announced that it was going to fucking die, part of the original announcement was, hey, by the way, we're going to refund all your stuff. No one had to bug them. No one had to yell at them.
No, but sorry, but that's my point is if you were to ask me, would Epic give refunds to people who spent money on a game, I would have said never, right?
Oh, absolutely. They totally do. They have the same refund thing as fucking Steam does on their store. It's just more annoying to get to because you have to go through their shitty store.
I suppose, but they're also in legal trouble for dark patterns right now, going through the courts, and a series of predatory practices with things relating to Fortnite. So they wouldn't be high up on my list of trusted megacorps that are going to give you your money back, you know?
Yeah, of course. However, I feel like the fact that they're in court right now for dark patterns may have actually influenced their desire to make themselves look good by not putting out a game that died that took everyone's money.
Fair. God. Just all rise, the court, you know, in the case of Epic versus the people, and, you know, charged with dark patterns, like, man. All right, anyways, that thing continues.
That sounds very sus. Dark patterns.
Yeah.
It is. It is sus.
it's basically describing the act of like tricking kids into spending money, you know.
Oh, I didn't know what that meant.
Yeah, it's referring to like how a lot of this cycle is like, you know, the V-Bucks, the
Yeah.
buttons, the way it's set
Like
up,
the
that
number
the
one
button
thing
placement.
was don't ask for confirmation when you buy something.
Oh yeah, because they
Just
definitely don't.
click on it and oh, it's bought.
Wow.
Do you guys
Feedback.
know that you know, when they put Chun-Li in Fortnite, that was like my tipping point. I was like, "Oh, she looks so good. I want to play Fortnite." And I installed Fortnite, and before I was even playing the game, there were like 3 different screens that were all different options of how I can spend money on
You
Fortnite.
want the
Incredible.
Pro Pass, motherfucker? Do you want the Battle
Incredible.
Pass? Do you want the
Yeah, what do you want?
Elite VIP fucking thing?
So
And
I mean,
none of them were Chun-Li either, by
yeah,
the way.
exactly,
So,
exactly,
like,
right? Of course, it's never what you want.
By the
I
way,
saw,
if you buy anything off the Fortnite store,
Uh-huh.
make sure to use creator code Pat Stares at.
oh yeah.
when you when that trailer with the movement options popped up, and I was like, this looks fucking crazy, and everyone's like, yeah, the current season's really fun, but this is not super representative, and I was like, yeah, okay, because there's like
Yeah.
3D maneuver gear and shit like that, and then someone posted a clip of Leon doing fucking bionic commando swings through off a
Yeah.
rooftop, landing and then shooting somebody, and I was like, okay, but there's still that going on. Like, there's shit in that looks fucking rad, man.
I mean, Wooly, did you
know.
like Apex Legends? Fortnite is like a shoot gun, murder the other people as good as Apex Legends, if not better, depending on the season.
Well, I mean, shit, like Apex had one character with a grappling hook. This, it seems like you can do whatever, right?
Depends what month you play the game.
Yeah, no build mode. Anyways, dark patterns, that's what they are.
Dark pattern.
Yeah. Now, speaking of dark patterns, I would say that, like, yeah, no confirmation of purchases, getting kids confused as to what money they're spending is a dark pattern. I would also classify entering your social security number into a video game as a dark pattern. Maybe. I don't know.
What?
It depends. It
Listen.
depends. There's a
Everyone
discussion
out
to be
there.
had.
Don't give anime women your social security number.
What is this game? What game is this?
But hold on, though. Right? But hold on, though. What if she's really cute?
What if what if the tax waifu is adorable? We're talking
What if-
about Tax Heaven 3000, Susie.
Okay. So a game came out called Tax Heaven 3000, and in it,
Oh.
there is a cute anime waifu whose job it is to file your tax returns. And as you play through it, it asks you real questions, and it fills out information, because the goal of the game is to have you actually file a tax return.
For the
And-
U.S. government.
Yes. And you're like, what? And she goes, hey, I have an embarrassing question to ask, but, well, could you tell me your social security number? And then you literally get prompted to type it in. And everyone is like, what the fuck? And Valve is like, what the fuck? Get off our store. And they're like, no, but it's, and they're like, no, you're off, you're done. And they got booted off of Steam, right? Now, here's the thing. The backstory to this game is that it's made by Mischief, right? And Mischief are the ones who did the Blood Sneakers, the Satan Sneakers with Lil Nas X. They did a
Okay.
bunch of like prank installation art projects and things like that.
Yeah.
They've been known for a couple of different projects. This is the latest in their like series, and the whole thing here is they're like, the statement is TurboTax and tax filing online sites and stuff are very predatory. They try to
Racket.
confuse you because
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
supposed to be free for filing for most people under a certain bracket, but they instead exploit you and confuse you into spending and all kinds of bullshit. This is a parody of that, showing an anime waifu who asks you questions about your income, and then it fills out a real tax return that you can file with the government. And part of that is it needs your social insurance number, as well as other real information about you to give you a
Yeah.
printout.
So
It
This
The
is
issue
terrifying.
it's
Like,
kind
Even
of
if
wild.
it is like, even if it's like performance art joke, like I'm so frightened by this.
So,
The idea of
what's
this.
important here, there's no proof or even of wrongdoing. There's no implication of wrongdoing. However, the potential for wrongdoing is so big
Right?
that it has to go.
Yeah.
So Steam says
What if you get a copycat that actually logs all your information? You know, because some
There you go.
doofus is like, I like hot babes. Like,
So I mean, for the most part, like again, Steam is like absolutely not. Now they they have it
Yeah.
on itch.io, and
Where
when
anything
you
goes.
when you run it directly, it's offline only. Like it doesn't connect, and they're basically like, yeah, this information is not going anywhere. It just spits out a tax return that you can submit to the government that you have to submit on your own. But I think there's very, like, if you're doing the whole art project thing of it, there's still ways you can do this to make it like, okay, anything particularly sensitive, you can go fill that in yourself on this PDF file that we're going to spit out over here for you.
yeah.
It doesn't have to put that in the game in a way where, again, the potential for harm is through the fucking roof.
Is
right?
infinite.
Yeah. So, but they've done all kinds of like whatever, like Banksy style, art mischief, as the name implies. So this is
Yeah.
not that far out of the question for them, but clearly it's like, yeah, people can absolutely release a modified version of this game
Yeah.
with malicious fucking like intentions and like straight up take your data. Like there's a million ways, right, for this to go
Yeah,
wrong.
I think simply putting the idea out there of putting this kind of thing in a video game is so irresponsible. Like, because anyone could just do that for serious and steal all your information. And it's like, if you want to be like Banksy, like, I don't know, fucking do what he does, like for real, like sell a piece of art and then shred it in front of the person.
Right, sure.
Like that's how you do the performance art prank, you know, not
Like-
like it's taking someone's info, like who's like a vulnerable person.
Aha,
you
I
know?
signed up credit cards in your name, loser.
Like
Performance.
what the fuck?
Like it's like the bit is, like Dante, quick, in order to stop Mundus, we're gonna need the credit card number and the digits on the back. Like, like it's literally taking that to the fucking next level. Like you could do this in a way where, again, you could have a game that's just a goofy ass visual novel, and then based on some not compromising answers, it can spit out a text file, like it can spit out a
Yeah,
file
of
which you
course.
then have to manually fill in and submit
Like
normally.
all it needs
know?
to do is, like, before you start the game, get a copy of your IRS certificate papers out.
Yeah.
And we'll fill it in together. And then they
Together.
show the markup of
Exactly,
the thing and go,
exactly.
fill it in
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now next you're gonna need to do this. What does it say? I don't know, but type it on the proper form you're working on. Don't type it into my
Use your
fucking
pen
game.
and write it on the form in your real
Yeah.
hand that I can't see because I'm not real.
There you go. Right. You could absolutely, and like if the statement too as well is the idea that like people don't know that they're getting exploited by sites like TurboTax and I forgot what the other one is called, but like yeah, you can absolutely make just as effective a statement while making it infinitely less sketch.
Now listen, when you put
For
in
sure.
your SSN, Windows is going to pop up a little box that says allow to access private network. You're going to click allow. It's the only way I can send it to the IRS.
Make sure to launch the game using administrator privileges. That's how I know that you're a big boss. If you don't have admin privileges, you're not cool enough for me. You can't be my husbando. Right? Yeah. No.
This is like some dystopian future shit. Like, ugh, I hate it. Ugh, yuck.
Yeah, like the idea on paper was to stir some shit up, and then in execution, a complete F.
Yeah.
Anyways, so
Anyway.
not news I expected to deal with this week.
Well, speaking of things potentially going horribly wrong, not much to this one yet, but just because it happens to be peripherally relevant to the shit that comes up with me a bunch, there's apparently an anime coming out called Quality Assurance in Another World.
Nice.
And it's an isekai, except the main character is a bug tester walking around QAing the MMO while fantasy things are happening.
That's fantastic.
That's a really
idea.
cool.
Really, really hope it goes all the way with that bit, including having the main character be soulless, dead-eyed while they're reporting their bits, their bugs, and the main characters and the supporting cast are all trying to, no, help us fight the dragon that's attacking our town or whatever, and like just the dead 9 to 5 avatar behind the main character can be felt. This is how you play it straight. The trailer showed off like they're looking at missing textures on the skybox at a point, and he's pulling out a pen and paper and like filling out a bug report manually by hand. And so it's like, okay, you have potential, but you need to go all the way. Don't go softly with this. Don't be 75% typical VN Isekai and then like a little bit of this QA flavor. Like go all the way in. I want him like teleporting out of the fucking zone and no clipping, and suddenly coming back with infinite gold. Resetting save files. Do it.
People's hair is disappearing, like you said
The Tress effects.
Yeah.
Shit. Anyways. All right. Completely aside. I don't know if you guys got a chance to check out the trailer that dropped for Hideaki Anno's Shin Kamen Rider, but holy fucking shit, this thing looks amazing.
Hey, so what you're telling me is that if I was a cybernetic bug man created by the evil organization Shocker, and I have superhuman abilities, that if I were to punch some goon, their body would fucking explode into mist?
What if Kamen Rider, right? What if Ichigo? What if you're Takeshi Hongo and it's the old days, right? We rewind 50 years, but instead of Saturday morning punches and kicks that have the enemies flying around and landing on the ground, they just explode into pink mist because a super soldier Kamen Rider hits you that fucking hard, and Shocker soldiers are just dying. It's fucking crazy.
The way that like a Japanese production shows gore like this, it's always fascinating because the guys are completely intact. Like they're guys that are all head to toe in black and they're completely intact. But like a punch is like, it's like every drop of blood is shooting out of their body when they get hit with even the lightest kick.
Yeah, no, it's honestly like a punch and a kick result in a squib going off as if it were a fucking gunshot, Planet Terror style, massive squibs exploding off of everybody. And then also just some rad shit in general, visually going on. Like, Anno's take on Godzilla was unbelievable. Shin Godzilla was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this looks to be right in line, right? Like his take on Kamen Rider looks super good. There's a trailer and then there's a 3-minute clip. So there's two things to go check out. The crazy like fight scene we're describing is the 3-minute clip, but then there's
That's
just like
what
a
I'm
more
trying to look for right now.
yeah, there's just like a more general trailer that just looks fucking awesome. Holy shit.
Yeah, I just watched
good.
the trailer. It does look really awesome. So cool. Oh my god.
Yeah, no. And like I don't know if he's still in that place or not. I don't know where he's at these days, but I kind of like the idea of like him directing all this with like a little bit of hatred for it in his heart. Like, a little bit of that Ava hatred in his heart where he's like, I love this and I'm going to do it justice, but I also fucking hate it for how much I love it.
as I don't know, you watched 4.0, right? Well,
Yeah.
like that emotion is long gone. Like and now he's free.
Okay. I hope so.
Like he's like Evangelion ended on like a positive note, and he is free now.
Good.
Eva is done.
Gendo got his
So, like-
closure. Yeah.
Also, like watching 3.0 plus 1.0, like there's Ultraman shit in there, like direct. And then, hey, look at that, Shin Ultraman, shocker! Wow.
And he made Toku student films, huh? Interesting. Okay, that I didn't know. I remember, God, what was it called? Otaku no Video. This real old fucking short OVA series that was kind of like based roughly on the founding of Gainax and stuff back in the day. And then there was what was there? There was like a live action thing that had a clip of like meeting a young Hideaki Anno IRL.
So the actor that played, oh god, I forget his name. You know the homeless guy in Yakuza 7, your party member? I forget his name.
Yeah.
That actor plays Anno in his college days.
Okay, right.
And it describes how, like, hey, dude, you want to come out and meet some girls with us? And he's like, okay. And then he just sits a girl down. He's like, so this is about the Principality of Zeon. All right. And this is the Zaku 2. Right? And I'm thinking of that story, which is, all those are real stories of how much of a fucking weirdo Anno was in college.
Right.
And I was like, is the final, like, attempt at this after Shin Kamen Rider to do Shin Gundam?
I mean, if they would let him, which, to be honest, it shouldn't be a question of would they let him. It should be a question of does he want it, you know?
Yeah.
The whole, like, trifecta bit was the Godzilla, Eva, Kamen Rider thing we talked about before, and then Ultraman, right? It's 4, actually. Yeah, it was Ultraman as well. So I don't know if that's the way it would go, but it would be fucking amazing if he did, certainly.
I could easily see Shin Gundam being from the perspective of, like, a colony civilian. Like, the whole movie.
Yeah. I mean, there have been stories like that in Gundam already, though, told. Like, the whole, like, the fight is happening above your head thing that has been visited a couple times. War in the Pocket is a pretty good version of that. But all this in general, though, like, the idea of him being, like, again, like, yes, he's free now. He's gotten that fucking lifetime of Ava off his chest. But the idea of, like, anybody potentially having an issue with what he's doing to these and him leaning into a microphone and just saying too bad to them kind of makes me like a little bit giddy, though. I can't wait to see, like, how this fucking goes down, you know. And then Ultraman as a part of that as well. Like, it's a sick ass thing to be like, oh yeah, this dude gets to do what Gackt does, and he points at the childhood property and says, I want that. And then they go, yes, right away. Here you are.
Okay, yes, you may have this.
You know? And instead of Bujingai'ing his way into fucking Zeta and FF7 and everything, and Hokuto no Ken.
Your use of the word Bujingai as a verb.
That's
can't
correct.
stand it.
Gackt Bujingai'd his way into Fist of the North Star. This is what happened. Make no mistake. And he would have kept going if they didn't stop him. Anyways, go check that out if you haven't seen it.
Have you guys seen some of Gackt's tweets about like like this one I'm gonna send you right now?
Oh boy.
Oh
God.
yeah.
All I know is he was struggling to LP Mega Man 2.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Which one?
About training your penis.
Train your penis. Totally. Yep.
Or what about this one?
Yeah, I remember that one. That's famous. Those who can't come themselves will absolutely come by my hand.
Yeah. That's awesome. Good shit.
Oh my god.
That's great. No thanks, Gak. I'm good.
Oh my god. Look, guys, all I want to know is when are we gonna get the live action adaptation of Shin Cutie Honey? Okay, that's all I want to know.
You
Oh my
joke, but
God.
that's not actually impossible.
I
'Cause
mean,
that art is really good.
okay, but I saw the live action Cutie Honey movie at Fantasia, and that thing was wild.
Was it good?
Did you? Oh, there is a live action Cutie Honey. Did you not see this? Yeah, no, totally. When the fuck did that come
maybe.
out? Hold on.
I've seen like clips of the
2004.
old...
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
it was
if it's the
entertaining.
2004 one, I've seen it. Yeah.
Okay, it was completely insane, but like I remember having fun. Kind of like the live action Jojo in a way, where you're just like, this is not what I thought I was getting, but
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I see what you're going for, Mike. You know, sure.
That guy
Yeah.
has directed like 150 films.
Really?
He just
Yeah,
won't stop. He just won't
he
stop.
doesn't stop working. Yeah.
And like they pretty much bring all of them to Fantasia Fest, you know, and you just like what's the wild new thing he's fucking doing this year? Okay, we've got like 5 of them. Let's go, you know. Yeah, no, it's a weird thing where like even as all like JoJo live action, you know, like even as weird and as off as that was, it wasn't horrible. It's just like he went for a thing and he pulled off what he was going for, you know. Yeah. Anyways, moving along from that, and still in the war. Yeah. Well, hey, listen.
Cool.
Hideaki Anno, Takashi Miike,
Yeah.
Tommy Wiseau.
No.
No.
Let's go,
No.
baby.
No.
No, I'm
Why?
for it.
Why?
Let's go.
What? What's the problem?
Pat, you don't want to see Shin the Room?
That dude's
Come on.
made 1.5 movies. Like, give me a break.
Oh God! All right, so the trailer dropped for the new Tommy Wiseau movie, Big Shark.
Yes.
Oh my god, is it called Big
Yes.
Shark?
It's called Big Shark, and guess what? Yeah, there's a bunch of dudes boxing. There's CIA agents, and then there's a big shark. Now, now the problem, and you can absolutely feel it when you watch the trailer. The problem is that he knows.
Yeah, he knows.
He knows now, yeah.
He knows. And he's pretending not to know, but the
Yeah, but
fact that he knows means that the magic is kind of gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why when you say Hideaki Anno and then Takashi Miike and then fucking Tommy Wiseau, I roll my eyes because you
Right.
should have said Neil Breen.
Right. He's still in his own world. It is true.
Neil Breen has made like 10 movies and he still doesn't know, each one worse than the last.
The moment they know, right? So here's the thing. I haven't seen Cocaine Bear, but I heard that like it's funny, but also it knows and
It
that
knows.
and there and like well it clearly knows, right? But like the whole bit is like played for when you know when you're doing it on purpose. I guess you can do it in a way where it lands, like Grindhouse, you know, Planet Terror, and
Yeah.
Hobo with a Shotgun, everything coming from that. By the way, Thanksgiving is getting made. Finally, I don't know if you remember that, but remember all the fake trailers in Planet Terror
yeah.
Grindhouse.
Yeah.
So like they made Hobo with a Shotgun, they made Machete, and Machete, and then the last one was Thanksgiving, and like they're actually making Thanksgiving now.
That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, so that's kind of fucking wild that all of those trailers are getting made. But anyway, yeah. So, but the bit needs to, you know, you need to do it in a way where it's still pretty entertaining, even if you know. And apparently, like Cocaine Bear was not quite landing with that. So I've yet to see it. I don't know. I'll
As
find
someone
out.
who has watched The Room in its entirety maybe 35 times, because it's one of my favorite movies, there is such a beautiful charm to that movie to where you can tell this man has no idea. Like that it's insane. You know, like it's just crazy, the movie that he made. Like he thinks it's like the most serious movie of all time. You know what I mean? Like you watch it and it's just like this person is delusional, you know? But it works so well.
Guys, I have some
so
insane news for all of you.
Okay, is it on? Because there's one more bit with this, though. That's very important. At the end of the trailer for Big Shark, right, a glint of a hope that he doesn't quite fully know shines through because it fades into a trailer for his underwear because he's still trying to push Tommy World, right? He's still trying to push his Wiseau wear, and like it's showing corny clips because it's like, no, I get, you know, I'm doing the bit, but he's really trying to sell you his clothing, and like has a big logo and a whole go buy them now. Like he's really going for it, you know? So I don't know. Street Fashions USA is over.
I was gonna ask, have you guys ever heard of Street Fashion USA?
I think Street Fashion USA is over. I think it's just Tommy Wiseau World now. You know,
I'm pretty sure if you go to the original website, it links to that now. So yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, what's going on?
Wooly, do you remember Twisted Pair by Neil Breen?
I sure do.
Did you know that as of 2023, Cade, The Tortured Crossing, the sequel to Twisted Pair, has been submitted to international film festivals for approval, and that at the 2023 Hollywood Reel Independent Film Festival, it won the People's Choice and Best Fantasy Film Awards? It will be available shortly after its run on film festivals.
Let's go, Neil.
The synopsis is: an identical AI twin brother restores an old mysterious mental asylum. He takes it upon himself to mystically train the patients as warriors for humanity and justice.
My favorite thing about Neil Breen is that when you go to his Wikipedia entry and look at the filmography, it has all of his movies lined up, and then there is a column for director, writer, producer, actor, editor, and musical director, and all are marked yes.
I'm sending you the poster. As you can see him badly photoshopped into a photo of a building. You think that's bad? Check out this Wikipedia description of his role in Cade the Tortured Crossing. He was Cade and Kale, but he was also director of photography, casting, makeup and hair, production manager, set designer, wardrobe, props, lighting design, special effects stunt coordinator, aerial rigging, special makeup effects, legal accounting, administration, craft services, locations, and sound editor.
He made sandwiches. Like this, the chart you see on his filmography, it dares to challenge you to ask, oh, do you think for a second that he didn't do it all? Because guess what? Since 2005, he's been doing it all. He stays doing it all. Yes, every single one. Not a no to be found on any of his movies. Oh God!
Oh my God!
Fantastic.
That picture that you sent, Pat. Like
the
I love how
Photoshop's so bad.
He is literally cut out in like a perfect rectangle. Like he did not hit the feather tool around his shoulders at all. Like it's literally just the fucking image. Like,
it's
just floating there.
The magic is all in the awareness. You know, the awareness or the lack thereof. Like that really is.
And you know what?
I
bet if you meet him in real life, he's probably one of the nicest people.
Oh, I bet he's really nice.
No
he's probably
question.
one of the coolest people you've ever met.
Absolutely.
He's just some old man who wants to make his movies.
He lives in my town, and I'm like, one day I know I'm gonna run into him. I just know it.
Well, look, how many people want to make movies but don't?
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
He did it. He made them. They're there.
We've watched a bunch of them.
The back of his ball sack can be seen in Double Down. It's right there. All right.
Boy.
Anyways, so that's what's happening.
Can you imagine if I just appear in one of his movies?
I
You're
mean,
just
show
there
up?
in the background.
Yeah.
Because I was just walking down the street. And I want to go to the store, and I'm just.
Well, no.
there.
Here's the part where it's
No,
you're
like-
saying, imagine if we just saw you. No, imagine if you just saw you in the background.
It
of
would
the
be.
arena
I would be
shot.
like, holy shit.
But
Oh
I
my
would
God.
assume. You see, I would just assume you went on a stalking hunt to be in the background of a Neil Breen movie. Like I would assume you scouted a location and then went to get a coffee
Just
right
look
at the
for
right
the
time.
full green screen out in the middle of the street. Just
Right.
a single green screen.
Or the
Holy
giant
shit.
mural of trash bags that the love scene is going to take place on top of.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay. Anyways, so a couple of other just quick things. One PSA to check out. There's a game called Protodroid Delta that is coming out next month. That looks fucking sick. Basically, indie Mega Man Legends inspired. What's the word? Solar
Video
game. Solar punk, right? So the setting is tech and nature growing together.
Wait a second. Wooly's bringing up a game that has a purple and green Mega Man protagonists here.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
sure.
Oh wow.
But it also
Interesting.
has double jumping, air dashing, sword slashing, gunshot charging, laser dodging, giant boss fighting, platforming action. I think everybody here likes all of those things.
Yeah.
I like a couple of those
I'm into
things.
that.
So
Yeah.
putting this on your radar, if you haven't checked it out yet, take a look at Protodroid Delta coming out, because it might be up your
On the
alley.
wish list.
It's way up mine. Yeah. Speaking of Wooly games, hey, Mirror's Edge is getting delisted. No, wait, no, it's not.
No, it's
fine.
not. Fuck off.
It's fine. Just
So the
Battlefield.
reason for that is that they're going to put out a new version of Mirror's Edge called Mirror's Edge RTX. And then their solution. So that hasn't been announced. That got leaked out, and their solution to make
my
sure people
God.
pick that up is to delist the old Mirror's Edge.
Yeah, get rid of
Oh.
the past. Destroy
Oh.
history, guys.
Oh, I thought they were gonna just release a new version of the game called Mirror's Edge Never, as a reminder that you're never gonna get it again.
Yeah.
It just updates and then it grays out and you can't launch it anymore.
Yeah. I love going from Catalyst to never. to
Mirror's
never.
Edge Never.
Not going to happen.
Like, you can download it and the
God.
data's there, but you just cannot click play. Like, it will not
Hey
launch.
guys, we made a sequel to Mirror's Edge, and we made it significantly worse than the original, and it didn't sell as good. That's crazy. Wow.
I
Don't you love
Boy.
being able to skill roll halfway through the skill tree? No. Give me it right now, out of the gate.
No, my
Please.
runner lady should be a race car.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have to earn these
exactly.
abilities.
I think if they were to take Mirror's Edge 1 and just drop the world of 2 in for her to run around in, that'd be fucking fantastic.
So
Probably feel a lot better.
I
in the
feel
second
like-
game.
I feel like the Mirror's Edge thing, obviously a lot of people adore that. And I know that in this room,
love
like
it.
that's what we have the most experience with. But what's actually a lot more important is that Battlefield Bad Company 1 and 2 are also going to be delisted, and those did not get rolled back due to people's complaints. It's really important to note Battlefield Bad Company 2 is the best Battlefield game that was ever made.
Wow. Okay.
It's pretty, like, I don't think that's controversial. It's the best one, and they're removing it.
So
Fuck.
I want, like, after getting out the Mirror's Edge grievances, I did like think, I was like, okay, the next thing I want to bring up in relation to the story is how I hate that this has become a regularly occurring topic now. When we started talking about shit with games. I remember like we were moving clearly firmly into a digital age, and the fact that like we knew at the time, it's like, yeah, but things are gonna get delisted. Companies don't give a fuck about preservation. People
And
are
then
gonna
you're
go out of their
steal them.
yeah, people are gonna go out of their way to preserve them however they can. I
Yeah.
think I saw the video where like Gerard like literally downloaded every single
Oh my
3DS
God.
game on
Oh,
the
speaking
eShop.
of today,
and every-
the 3DS
shut down.
eShop is done.
Yep.
Yeah, $27,000 later, like he saved every single one of the eShop games, right? And it's just
Amazing.
like I hate that this is now a regular thing where even though
Yeah.
it didn't actually get delisted, the Mirror's Edge that is, the other two did, and now we're just gonna have to talk about, oh yeah, this game you bought and downloaded is suddenly just gonna be not available anymore, right? When before it was just
Yeah.
like, yeah, the physical copies you have them, they're there, they don't sell them anymore, but like you can still like they still exist, you know?
Yeah.
The idea that you can like still track these down because someone somewhere is going to save them and make sure that you can is like
Yeah.
the one saving grace to this age. But everything else about the fact that the digital age means things go away, I fucking hate it, man. I hate it so much.
So there's a couple things going on here, right? So the digital age was not just inevitable, but also having your old copies was not also like a guaranteed failsafe. Like it's a couple years ago, maybe 10 years ago, like discovered like, hey, yeah, disc rot sucks and will happen
Yeah.
to all of your old CDs, and cartridges won't last forever either. So at some point,
Preservation.
they're going to have to be digitized or locked in sealed, temperature controlled rooms.
Fair point,
In order
yeah.
to be, long term. But it's like as soon as you delist a game and be like, we have no intention of ever selling this ever again, it's like they've opened up the moral, if not legal, like door to, well, okay, let's go get it.
Yeah, it's
I would like to buy it. No, you can't buy it. Well, I'm gonna get it. I remember
Yeah,
you talking
some way.
about Game of Thrones in Canada.
Yep.
You got interviewed by that fucking newspaper where
Yep.
you jumped through every potential hoop you possibly could to watch Game of Thrones other than signing up for a new TV cable package.
I everything shy of like fucking showing up at their building to give them money, and they just would not let me. So
Like, okay, well, you
fuck
tried. You really tried.
Now it's just again behind every single one of these stories is, well, someone somewhere on the internet cares and has saved this, and it'll be available. You know, the internet won't let it be forgotten generally, but
Yeah.
like the eShop, there's so much shit on that. There's so much weird shit, you know? Like, I mean, back in the old days with the old Wii Shop, too, like things like Muscle March and shit, like that, there's stuff that can absolutely be wiped into the memory hole, never to be seen or heard from again, except in YouTube videos that are formatted to the old format from, like early YouTube because there was no widescreen at the time. Like, there's absolutely shit like that where, when Newgrounds was going down, someone grabbed every single one of those games and made a giant flash archive.
That's crazy.
It's nuts, It's out there. People care, and they are preserving. And archive.org has a bunch of shit itself, like right on it, games uploaded straight to it. But yeah, we're just going to keep having these annoying stories about like, hey, that cool thing, can't play it anymore, and fuck you, future generations. If you heard about this and there's no new version that we can make money off of, you just will never get to officially experience it, quote
Listen,
unquote, So yeah,
there's a hidden cost here, particularly to the 3DS eShop closing down, that a lot of people aren't talking about, and that means that unfortunately we have missed the deadline for the port of Mighty Number 9 to come to the 3DS. It is now officially canceled.
Oh my God.
officially.
It is now, as of today, Keiji Inafune took your fucking money and gave you nothing.
Wow. Oh my God.
You have been robbed as of today.
Yo, what is he even doing anymore?
Now-
I
It's
forgot
fucking
about
off.
him.
Now,
Oh my
now
God.
there were multiple companies in Japan that fought to be the final Dreamcast game, to the point where I want to say 2015 had a release to the Dreamcast, right? Where someone in Japan just made it a game and just did it and said, if you have one, you can get a physical disc and pop it in. Like, there's always that, like, bootleg shot, outside shot that, like, nope, I made a limited run of 30 of them, and they're for sale in my garage. Technically, I did deliver on my promise. Fuck you.
As of right now,
he's like, I've got the prototype cartridge, guys.
As of right now,
we made
the
it.
last
Look.
thing Keiji Inafune made is Azure Striker Gunvolt 3, and then I can't find anything about what he's doing after that.
What year was that?
2022.
Okay.
Damn.
Interesting. Wow, what a blast from the past. Early days of yeah, I guess maybe not early days, but the early days of Kickstarter, right? Like,
Yeah,
holy shit.
it was one of the first ones.
Make the Kickstarter backers feel like an anime fan on prom night.
Oh my god. Has that ever happened again, where it's like one quote in a trailer just ruins everything? Where everyone turns. Like, everyone turns.
I can't think of anything stronger than that.
I mean, if you hadn't already turned, right? Like, that's the thing. If you hadn't already.
Oh, I have found what Keiji Inafune has been working on. Big ups to Queequeg for sending this in so quickly. This is an article on Video Game Chronicles from May of last year. Mega Man's Keiji Inafune is back with Beastroid, a range of NFTs.
Oh, yeah! Oh, I completely forgot. Right.
Which includes characters such as Not Zero.
Yeah. No. So that got announced, and then the company behind it was like, look, we're doing Mega Man like style KG inspired, right? And like they showed off, and then they announced it, and then everyone went, nah, fuck off, hold on. This is some company, because people constantly do this. They're just claiming to be officially working with him. This is not official or real, right? They did it for a bunch of old anime. Someone pretended that they had the rights to whatever, something classic, you know, Metabots, or you know, and then there's a whole like this has nothing to do, and then like as they're typing those tweets out in the middle of the discussion, the next day KG pops a video up with him personally being like, I can't wait to announce our new blah, just like just the one benefit of the doubt anyone was willing to give for 2 seconds, and he just came in and squashed that shit.
He did not check Twitter that day. He was just
wild.
He was so late.
We have all talked about this at length, but I think it is the wildest inversion of any person in the games business ever. Went from like darling, oh, Mega Man's dad.
He faded away at the end of the trailer for Mighty Number 9, and I yelled, KG, don't die.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay,
I yelled, please don't die.
All the way to like every single stupid thing Capcom has ever done is his fault.
Yeah.
Like fully reversed.
My friend, Gaming Brit, he's been doing the Onimusha series on his channel, and like he will just randomly call me and be like, you will not believe the Inafune article I just read about Onimusha 3, where it's like,
what did he have to do with it even?
He was a producer on that series. But like seriously, like word for word, like we're expecting huge sales because we have, you know, big actors as the main characters, guys. And then it doesn't do as well. And then he's like, guys, Dawn of Dreams, our problem with 3 was that we focused too much on the actors. This is a hardcore game for gamers. That doesn't do well. We should have put more actors in it, guys. Like, what the fuck?
You know
like, seriously.
You know what the best thing about the story you just told is? Because
what?
I'm thinking I was wrong. Not every stupid decision Capcom ever made was Inafune's fault. Some of them were Ono's. And on Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, that's the first game they worked together on.
Yes.
I was
Yes.
going to say you said everything on his shoulders, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh
No, no, no,
no.
no, no,
Oh
no, no.
no.
Oh, no, 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 no. Not quite.
God.
Yeah.
What a crazy
Well,
time.
Beware of charismatic front-facing developers from Capcom, I guess.
what was the tweet from Kamiya? He is
I think
not.
he said he
He's
said
not a
something
game
like,
creator, he's a
yeah,
businessman.
He's a
he's a
businessman.
businessman. Yeah. Basically, I don't remember him doing shit.
Yeah.
I want to say, like, maybe Inafune drew, like, an early box art of Mega Man, like, a Japanese one, like, an iconic one, and maybe that's where, like, the inflated ego came from. Like, I
Who
created
knows?
this, guys. I
made
could be
this.
very wrong about that, but...
Like, and then later it comes out, like, on Mega Man 1 and 2, he wasn't actually a very integral part of those games at all, but somehow, like, finagled his way and be like, it's I made Mega Man!
Well, look, it's either that or you get arrested for insider trading, right?
Oh,
Like, it just.
oh, man!
You,
Yuji Naka sucks so bad!
which way, classic godfather of video games? Which way,
fuck.
game developer? Jail or infamy? Just.
I'll tell you what, if I had to fight one of them in the street, I would rather fight Yuji Naka for the fucking bullshit that Virtua Fighter's gone through.
Yeah.
Okay, but then.
You Suzuki! I'll fight you, Suzuki! I don't care!
And you know what? After the fight, he's gonna go and do some more insider trading because he fucking loves it. He keeps doing it. He won't
Shenmue was
stop.
never good.
All right.
Damn, dude.
All right. Look. Protect Itsuno's smile, okay?
Listen, I've spoken to the man on multiple occasions.
he seems
and
really chill.
He seems like a treasure. Like, he's a genuine guy. He just wants to ride his bike.
There you go.
That's it. And make cool game with his friends.
Eat hot chip.
He said
Ride bike.
him and his friends go to a cabin. They go to cabin retreats and come up with cool game ideas.
Oh, that sounds really nice.
Yeah. It's nice. They got Macross guy to make Cavalier, and that's cool. Like,
I like that he marks out over his own characters as much as we do. That's great.
Yeah, that's great.
Yes.
Anyways. Yeah. I guess just another little heads up to anybody, but the big Sifu Arenas update dropped today.
Now.
So
on
go
Steam.
fucking get it.
It's finally
free.
on Steam.
Dream.
Yes.
I'm buying it right now.
So it adds a fuck ton of content. 9 new locations, 45 challenges, 5 game modes, overall 10 extra hours of gameplay, and lots of customization, costumes, aesthetic choices, and things you can do, including the Game of Death Bruce Lee Yellow and Black Classic, right? So,
Oh, cool.
also there's a fight that's like Agent Smith's lined up in the rain, like ready to fight you, like Revelation style. So, yeah, no, just go update Sifu.
Revolutions?
Revelation?
Matrix Revolution?
Revolutions.
Wasn't it Reloaded?
No.
Reloaded is the second one.
No, the Smith fight is the third one.
That's Revolution.
Oh, there's two
Revolutions.
Smith fights. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Not Revelations, right. Never mind. That's
No, I don't think there's
Revelatons.
Revelations.
Yeah.
Yeah, Revelatons. I have that, by the way.
Yeah, with the spelling. There you go.
I have that somewhere. I'm not sure, but it exists somewhere in my house.
Can I give a shout out to an indie game real quick?
Yeah,
Just
please.
a tiny little. There's a game that I discovered recently called Save Room. And it is a literal.
Yes, yes.
It's an RE4
Uh-huh.
attaché case simulator.
sure.
And it's like 40 levels, and it's really cute and very fun.
Yep.
Save Room.
Absolutely. That's there's been many a talk about like, damn, that would make its own great game, and we've talked about it over the years, and someone did it. Fuck yeah to save room.
Yeah.
There was another one too.
Yeah, it's called Backpack Hero. I'm gonna vouch for Backpack Hero, the other attaché case HD game on Steam.
So that's not even the one I was gonna talk
Shut
about.
up!
I was gonna talk
my
about another one before that, Jack and Casey, which was a game where you fight while rearranging the attaché case for weapons, and then as they get to the top of the screen, they load out to be used by your case.
Wait, so it's like Puzzle Fighter?
It's like there's a scrolling adventure at the top of the screen, and then at the bottom, the attaché case is like scrolling up slowly, and you have to like position things and do attaché case, and then when it gets to the top, it gets used in the fight at the top.
Awesome.
So Jack and Kate. I was not even talking about the. So there you go. That's 3 right there.
There you go.
It's a good idea.
It's a great idea.
Yeah.
Shout outs. Yeah, Sifu got its update.
All right, before you forget, in Tears of the Kingdom, when your stick is about to break, you can jam a rock on the stick and the durability will reset.
I
There.
haven't seen that yet. Oh my god.
Oh, you haven't?
I should
Okay.
probably watch that
So
at
I
some
should
point.
probably... okay. If you haven't seen the Zelda Tears of the Kingdom thing, here's the features they're showing off. 1, you can take 2 items in the inventory, like a stick and a rock, or a stick and a bigger stick, and fuse them together. So you can make either like a sword with a big rock on it, or like a laughably long spear, and all sorts of other zany shit. They also showed off using that to take logs and pieces of machinery together to make like powered rafts. On
That's
top
cool.
of that, you have the ability
Okay.
to teleport through any ceiling to the top of what building that is. So they use it to show you getting on top of a house, but they also use it to show you going into a cave and teleporting to the top of the mountain. One of the other abilities that they're adding is rewind. So you can, instead of time stop on items, you'll be able to rewind time on them. So you can
Cool.
ride up falling rocks all the way into the sky.
I can't wait for the new classification of insane bugs when you interact all these things together.
Yeah.
That will let you beat the game in 1 minute.
Exactly. Just launch you straight to fucking the final boss. Oh my god. Yeah. Did you play the update that added like the motorcycle and stuff?
Yeah.
I did not.
I personally 100%ed Breath of the Wild twice on the Wii U
Whoa.
and the
Wow,
Switch.
you're crazy. Holy shit.
Whoa.
I love that game. I love Zelda.
Okay. Yeah. Controversial take.
Tell you what.
You like
I tell you
Zelda?
what, this time when I play Tears of the Kingdom, you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to leave every dungeon for the end of the game and do every single shrine before starting the main story.
Right away, one after the other. Yeah.
Because
how
that
about
was a fucking mistake. I remember I got like the abilities from the dungeons, like, look, a jump. Oh, you can come back to life when you die. I'm like, I can't believe I played through the game for 100 hours without this.
You could always play through the game for 100 hours and not know about the sidestep parry counter
Yeah.
system.
Oh, man, that video is grand.
Oh, I feel so bad. I feel so bad. All right. Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeast@gmail.com. So wait, no. castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. And this week, I'm going to add a stipulation. Please keep your emails and questions brief. We have had week after week after week of Wooly pulling up an email and going, yeah, blah, 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 to get to the question right at the end, which is, do you think video games have cool guns?
Yes. Guys, I mean, anyway, it's a thing. And if there's a good question, at the bottom, I'm going to try to pull it out there. But you can really skip a lot of that preamble. Boy, yeah. All right. We got one coming in from Monkey Climb Math Masher. How you doing?
Okay.
Says, "Dear Strange Reel, run the jewels." Nice. In 2014,
No,
I
I
had
got it. Okay.
I had an opportunity to see Warren Spector, director and producer of Deus Ex, talk at a local tech institute. A lot of what he said is lost to memory, but I do remember that he devoted a sizable chunk to talking about Epic Mickey. At the end, the floor was open to the audience Q&A, and I was one of the people that asked a question. I had recently been playing Evil Land, an RPG where you quest through various eras of games, and had just gotten to the FF7 inspired section, so it got me wondering if there might be a return to early 3D, like what we saw with the return to early pixel graphics. I asked the question, given the revival of 8-bit and 16-bit in the indie scene, do you think we'll see something similar with early 3D? And his response was no, I don't think we'll see that resurgence because early 3D graphics were so ugly. 16-bit, on the other hand, can be genuinely beautiful, and that's why it's making a comeback.
Guess what, Warren Spector? You're a dumbass.
This interaction is the only part I can remember, but it's all the only thing I can think of every time I see things like Ultra Kill, Dusk, or Signalis.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I still think about how wrong he was.
Like, not only is Bloodborne Kart looking incredible, but things like Signalis and Bloodborne Kart are going so far out of the way to hit the aesthetic that they're recreating the way PS1 games warp their textures across the Z-axis.
Yes. And they look... So someone described the FF9 Moguri mod that I'm playing as the way people who played FF9 on release remember it. Right? Because it never looked that good, but that's what your brain thinks it was at the time. And I will say there is a point to the idea that there's an era that was skipped here, which is launch N64 3D, where like it was like fucking triangles. Like you were not looking at low poly models, you were looking at like balls level, like putting together like geometric shapes. It was like some of the stuff that you got with like Ocarina of Time started to create like, oh, like, that's Link, that's a figure, he's got his legs and arms and shit. But like early N64, there were characters where their ankles didn't exist because the entire foot tapered off into nothing before it reopened up and then became the thigh, you know?
Well,
there wasn't
exactly
that era. They kind of skipped right past that to
nobody has the love for that era. The era is for 1998 to 2001 PlayStation 1 games.
Yes, the mid to end of the gen when we got it looking pretty all right, but still blocky as fuck. GoldenEye, you know, and then like sharpening that up to get like Signalis and Ultra Kill style visuals is where we're at, right? Where we did skip that dual heroes step, you know, that was like early 3D struggles, stunt race FX shit.
I think my favorite fucking thing about every single Warren Spector story is that Warren Spector doesn't really make games anymore, so everyone always qualifies like Warren Spector, the creator of Deus Ex. And it always makes me think of like I want to say it's IGN, like the absolute shittiest, least critical IGN article I've ever read, in which they're interviewing him about how games are made by teams of talented people and that it's a mistake to attribute all of its success or quality to one person. And then in the bottom of the quote, they say, says Warren Spector, creator of Thief and Deus Ex.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Let's see. We got one coming in from No Tag Given. So, oh wait, here we go. Scott from Australia. Good day, Pat and Wooly.
Die.
If you played the original Double Dragon, you've seen Marion got kidnapped and watched Bimmy and Jammy run after her. After killing the final boss, the following text appears: "Let's fight. Player 1 versus Player 2." And you have to beat your co-op partner to get the girl at the end. Secret fighting game. Any other secret versus modes out there? Yes, tons. I believe we've done Xenogears had one. We played in the past.
It has so many fucking characters.
Right, just a random last minute someone on the dev team said, "What if action versus mode though?"
There's so much of that on like the PS2. Like the Bouncer has that, and Zone of the Enders has that.
Right, it's not secret because it's right there on the thing, but yes, there's a great versus mode there. Mega Man 7 has a secret versus mode.
There's a really fantastic game that Wooly and I LP'd that has a secret versus mode that I'm loath to mention due to it being a spoiler.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Yes. There it is. That one has that's a great one.
It's the most toxic you and I have ever been to each other on camera, just screaming at each other and talking shit for like an hour.
Oh, that one. That was a good one. Star Ocean 3 had one.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
A fucking fighting game in Star Ocean 3 with a full-on character select screen and everything for no reason.
I played that game.
Enter the Matrix.
I have a question. Someone brought it up, but I don't know if this qualifies because it's technically like a action shooter. But does the ending of Splinter Cell Convictions co-op count? Because that becomes like a versus mode.
Really?
Well,
right at the end.
That's wild. I had no idea. We're describing the ending of a game as well that becomes it suddenly. So sure. And Double Dragon, same thing. Suddenly 2-player versus, right?
Yeah.
It's a great concept.
Yeah. This one's a bit of a stretch, but technically Frame Fighter exists in Warframe.
There's this is a minor spoiler, but it's not super story related. But in Divinity Original Sin 2, you get to the end, and if you're playing it in co-op, it's like there can only be one winner.
Whoa.
And you are forced to fight your co-op players.
Oh, I love that. Man, God, gotta have fun with that. I love that. Because that's just like someone on the dev team had some time and they cared, you know? That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
I remember hearing about that because there were complaints about it from married couples that had gotten into fights because there could only be one winner.
Damn. Was I hard carrying you this whole way? Sorry, babe. I'm the chosen one.
It's like if I had known, it was a husband who had lost to his wife, I think, and was like, if I had known that I had to fight the party, I wouldn't have built my character a certain way, or something along those lines.
Wow.
If I had known you'd been such a bitch, maybe we wouldn't be together.
I will say I did feel bad when I got to the end of the Splinter Cell Conviction because that whole like plot twist was like, oh, you're fucking dead, bro. I'm sorry. I was like,
I'm sorry, but you gotta go.
And it was like it made immediately clear who was the better spy, like in that fucking situation. Like,
damn, that's cool. Now I want to see like a fucking extra wild section of Sheva versus Chris in RE5R, just for a moment. All right, last one. Hey, Wooly, and will you raise your kids black or normal, Pat?
Ah, come on!
Shooter says, a recent podcast conversation about black hair character customization and how it can be difficult to create the ones you want reminded me when I played NBA 2K23. Being white, I wanted to create a white character. The player on the box was also white this year. So I quickly ran to a hilarious issue where I was unable to find facial hair combinations that looked generic European white. The best I could do was a mixed kid who didn't really know if they could say the N-word or not.
Oh my god.
The voice actor clearly being black also did not help. Need your expert advice. Is this racist? Thanks, from Shooter.
No, it's no. Knowing what audience they're catering to.
But this is funny that it's happening in reverse if you play fucking NBA 2K23.
With a fucking basketball game.
Of course it does. I mean, no, I would not call it that. I would it's shitty when you don't get to the options. It feels pretty uninclusive when you can't make a character that you would want to make after yourself, right? Doesn't feel great. But I also know that there's some times when I'm just like, this game gives you 3 flavors of generic Japanese student haircut. They don't know or give a fuck about picking between.
This is what we got.
Pale and I went to Okinawa and I got tanned as the 2 skin color options. It sucks.
Pokemon is always hilarious.
Well, okay. So there's Pokemon, but then there's again the video that Blessing did where they're covering old Animal Crossing, where the only way to make a black character was to leave your fucking character out in the sun to get a tan, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is just, of course, you're feeling it on the opposite end on NBA, and it's fucking stupid. Just give the options, right? Figure it out. But yeah, that's all it is. It's just a shitty thing.
I have to say, one of the things that I think is fantastic about Koei Tecmo is when they made the character creator for Neo 2. I think it's
and Wukong now, and the other one.
Wolong. But regardless, they made it, and they're like, "Wow, this is a stellar character creator." And they've just like, "No, we're just gonna take this and just put it in everything. We're just gonna
fantastic.
Yeah,
pour it
why not? Yeah, totally.
I put the dreads on, I put the ponytail on, and then it's like, cool, you want to bleach your tips? How far up you want that bleach to go? And I'm like, what?
Oh wow, it really goes that far?
How far up you want my fucking dread bleach? Yo, like, so sick, man.
Ultimate woolly game. Oh my god.
Very happy
That's so
with
cool.
that. Yeah. All right. That's
I feel like there's like nothing lost by just having an expansive character creator. Like, I mean, it's work, right? But so what? Like
The Diablo
if you want to create
one,
your character, like just do it.
the Diablo 4 character creator, I didn't spend that long in it. But it looked pretty exhaustive, especially for a game in which 99% of the time your character is fully armored and seen from 30 feet above the top of their head.
Right. And, you know, the thing is a lot of cases we're looking at, it's like this company has whatever, like, single-digit number of employees, and also none of them have met anyone black ever, or of any other race for that matter. That's it, right? And you're like, okay, so what are your options here? And it's like, well, you could always just like throw in a full-on RGB, pick your own fucking thing from the entire scale. You know?
That's not a good solution either, because skin tones don't necessarily map to the fucking color wheel.
Of course not. Light and dark, you need to be able to affect the alpha transparency in a lot of cases, or the brightness and saturation. Yada
Still remember playing fucking Demon Souls and going, what would happen if I made a black character? Oh, that's not a human. That's weird.
But what I'm getting at is, like, there's a thing to be said about Street Fighter 6 where, like, they're just like, I don't know, whatever, everything.
Just make a fucking freak.
Just do anything, you know?
It's a little embarrassing when, like, Deus Ex 1, like, you can make, like, JC Denton black, and he actually looks like a black guy, but in Demon Souls, the original, like, you can't. Like, you just can't do that.
Oh my god.
Like, it's
you
so
can make an orange person with, like, like, with, like a curly, like Jewish afro, kind of, you know, like that style. Like, you just can't. Jufro at best. You cannot get. It's just like, you know. And then
I wonder if
the classic
people making Street Fighter 6 were like really excited to make a good character creator, or if they like, how many on the team were like, everyone will be a monster.
I mean, I think it was just like complete freedom. Do absolutely anything you want is the solution.
Because we played the beta, like 60-70% of characters in that beta were
freaks.
What's it called? The
Cronenbergs.
Cronenbergs. They were fucking Cronenberg.
Oh, yeah. Cronenbergs.
Right, but then on the other end, like a month prior or whatever, you get fucking Elden Ring. That's like, hey, I know, but sorry, you I know you want to, but you can't. And there's always the good old cornrow afro consolation prize if you'd like, but really, like, you can't really build anything. But here, you can be a rock dragon, like human, if you'd like. All right. Anyways, that's satisfactory. And you know what? NBA 2K3. I'll tell people to go play that as an example to feel it a little bit, right? To feel what it's like on the other end for a little bit. Susie, thank you so much for hanging out.
Thank you very much, Susie. Incredible guest as always.
Yes.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. Yeah, we did our plugs, but regardless, go check out Susie's review of our Resident Evil 4 remake. And,
Now back up.
Yeah.
Yes, it's also
Now-
spoiler free. I promise.
Now allowed, exactly. And go sub
It's
to the
allowed.
SphereHunter.
Yeah,
All right.
And yeah, I'm Susie Hunter, SphereHunter, literally everywhere. The SphereHunter. So, one last plug.
Go click. All right. Take it here.
Have a good week, everybody.
Later.